Welcome to the 25-day English Speaking Challenge. Are you ready to finally improve your English speaking skills? Each day brings fresh, practical English to speak out loud. Real sentences, natural expressions, and everyday language you'll actually use. Come back each day to this video and pick up right where you left off. No stress, just daily progress at your own pace. By the end of the 25 days, your fluency, your vocabulary, and your ability to think in English will be stronger than ever. Are you ready? Let's begin with day 1. On cloud 9. On cloud 9. Meaning, extremely happy. Extremely happy. She was on cloud 9 after getting the job offer. She was on cloud 9 after getting the job offer. Over the moon. Over the moon. Meaning, very pleased. Very pleased. I was over the moon when I passed my exam. I was over the moon when I passed my exam. In high spirits. In high spirits. Meaning, cheerful and lively. Cheerful and lively. Everyone was in high spirits at the wedding. Everyone was in high spirits at the wedding. Full of beans. Full of beans. Meaning, full of energy. Full of energy. The kids were full of beans after the party. The kids were full of beans after the party. Like a dog with 2 tails. Like a dog with 2 tails. Meaning, very happy. Very happy. He was like a dog with 2 tails when he saw his new car. He was like a dog with 2 tails when he saw his new car. Grinning from ear to ear. Grinning from ear to ear. Meaning, smiling widely from happiness. Smiling widely from happiness. She was grinning from ear to ear after hearing the news. She was grinning from ear to ear after hearing the news. Walking on air. Walking on air. Meaning, feeling wonderful. Feeling wonderful. After the concert, I was walking on air. After the concert, I was walking on air. Tickled pink. Tickled pink. Meaning, very pleased. Very pleased. She was tickled pink with the surprise gift. She was tickled pink with the surprise gift. Jump for joy. Jump for joy. Meaning, feel or show great happiness. Feel or show great happiness. I always jump for joy when my favourite song comes on the radio. I always jump for joy when my favourite song comes on the radio. On top of the world. On top of the world. Meaning, feeling great. Feeling great. I felt on top of the world after the hike. I felt on top of the world after the hike. All smiles, meaning smiling a lot, smiling a lot. The children were all smiles at the fun fair. The children were all smiles at the fun fair. In seventh heaven, in seventh heaven, meaning extremely happy, extremely happy. She's in seventh heaven with her new puppy. She's in seventh heaven with her new puppy. Down in the dumps, down in the dumps, meaning feeling unhappy, feeling unhappy. He's been down in the dumps all week. He's been down in the dumps all week. Feeling blue, feeling blue, meaning feeling sad, feeling sad. Whenever it rains for days, I start feeling blue and just want to stay in bed. Whenever it rains for days, I start feeling blue and just want to stay in bed. A heavy heart, meaning feeling sorrow or sadness, feeling sorrow or sadness. She left with a heavy heart. She left with a heavy heart. Crying over spilt milk, crying over spilt milk, meaning being upset about something you can't change. Being upset about something you can't change. She's still crying over spilt milk, but there's nothing she can do to change it now. She's still crying over spilt milk, but there's nothing she can do to change it now. Out of sorts, meaning not feeling well emotionally, not feeling well emotionally. He's a bit out of sorts today. He's a bit out of sorts today. Low spirits, meaning feeling low or sad, feeling low or sad. Rainy days always puts me in low spirits. Rainy days always put me in low spirits. Heart sinks, meaning feeling suddenly sad or disappointed. Feeling suddenly sad or disappointed. My heart sinks every time I hear bad news on the radio. My heart sinks every time I hear bad news on the radio. A lump in my throat, a lump in my throat, meaning feeling emotional or like crying. Feeling emotional or like crying. I had a lump in my throat during the speech. I had a lump in my throat during the speech. Break down, meaning suddenly start crying, suddenly start crying. Sometimes people break down when they're under too much emotional pressure. Sometimes people break down when they're under too much emotional pressure. Hit hard, meaning deeply affected emotionally, deeply affected emotionally. The news of her friend moving away really hit hard and left her feeling empty. The news of her friend moving away really hit hard and left her feeling empty. Fall apart, meaning become emotionally overwhelmed. Become emotionally overwhelmed. People sometimes fall apart when they lose someone they love deeply. People sometimes fall apart when they lose someone they love deeply. See red. See red. Meaning, become very angry. Become very angry. I always see red when someone lies to me straight to my face. I always see red when someone lies to me straight to my face. Blow a fuse. Blow a fuse. Meaning, suddenly get very angry. Suddenly get very angry. I try to stay calm, but I sometimes blow a fuse when things go wrong repeatedly. I try to stay calm, but I sometimes blow a fuse when things go wrong repeatedly. Hot under the collar. Hot under the collar. Meaning, angry or annoyed. Angry or annoyed. She was hot under the collar after the meeting. She was hot under the collar after the meeting. At my wit's end. At my wit's end. Meaning, completely frustrated. Completely frustrated. I'm at my wit's end with this nosy neighbour. I'm at my wit's end with this nosy neighbour. Boiling point. Boiling point. Meaning, the moment you lose control. The moment you lose control. She reached boiling point during the argument. She reached boiling point during the argument. Fed up. Fed up. Meaning, tired and annoyed. Tired and annoyed. I'm fed up with waiting all day. I'm fed up with waiting all day. Driving me up the wall. Driving me up the wall. Meaning, annoy someone a lot. Annoy someone a lot. That constant tapping is driving me up the wall. That constant tapping is driving me up the wall. Go off on one. Go off on one. Meaning, suddenly speak angrily. Suddenly speak angrily. Some people go off on one over the smallest things and it's hard to calm them down. Some people go off on one over the smallest things and it's hard to calm them down. Lose my temper. Lose my temper. Meaning, become angry. Become angry. I try not to lose my temper, but he pushed me. I try not to lose my temper, but he pushed me. Rub the wrong way. Rub the wrong way. Meaning, annoy unintentionally. Annoy unintentionally. Certain comments rub the wrong way if they seem rude or dismissive. Certain comments rub the wrong way if they seem rude or dismissive. Butterflies in my stomach. Butterflies in my stomach. Meaning, feeling nervous. Feeling nervous. I always get butterflies in my stomach before speaking in public. I always get butterflies in my stomach before speaking in public. Shaking like a leaf. Shaking like a leaf. Meaning, very scared. Very scared. She was shaking like a leaf after the thunderstorm. She was shaking like a leaf after the thunderstorm. Break out in a cold sweat. Break out in a cold sweat. Meaning, get nervous or scared. Get nervous or scared. I always break out in a cold sweat before taking a big exam. I always break out in a cold sweat before taking a big exam. Get cold feet. Get cold feet. Meaning, feel nervous before doing something. Feel nervous before doing something. Many people get cold feet right before their wedding day, even if they're truly in love. Many people get cold feet right before their wedding day, even if they're truly in love. Heart in my mouth. Heart in my mouth. Meaning, extremely nervous or scared. Extremely nervous or scared. I had my heart in my mouth as I waited for the interview results. I had my heart in my mouth as I waited for the interview results. Scared stiff. Scared stiff. Meaning, extremely frightened. Extremely frightened. I was scared stiff when I heard footsteps behind me. I was scared stiff when I heard footsteps behind me. On edge. On edge. Meaning, feeling tense or nervous. Feeling tense or nervous. He's been on edge all day. He's been on edge all day. Jump out of my skin. Jump out of my skin. Meaning, suddenly get scared. Suddenly get scared. I almost jump out of my skin every time the door slams unexpectedly. I almost jump out of my skin every time the door slams unexpectedly. Caught off guard. Caught off guard. Meaning, surprised unexpectedly. Surprised unexpectedly. I was caught off guard by the question. I was caught off guard by the question. Out of the blue. Out of the blue. Meaning, suddenly and unexpectedly. Suddenly and unexpectedly. The call came out of the blue. The call came out of the blue. At a loss for words. At a loss for words. Meaning, speechless. Speechless. I was at a loss for words when I saw it. I was at a loss for words when I saw it. Blown away. Blown away. Meaning, extremely impressed or surprised. Extremely impressed or surprised. I was blown away by her singing. I was blown away by her singing. Jaw dropped. Jaw dropped. Meaning, shocked. Shocked. His jaw dropped when he saw the price. His jaw dropped when he saw the price. Knock my socks off. Knock my socks off. Meaning, surprise or impress greatly. Surprise or impress greatly. Great performances like that always knock my socks off and leave me amazed. Great performances like that always knock my socks off, and leave me amazed. Head over heels. Head over heels. Meaning, deeply in love. Deeply in love. They're head over heels for each other. They're head over heels for each other. Have a crush on. Have a crush on. Meaning, feel romantically interested. Feel romantically interested. Lots of teenagers have a crush on their favourite celebrities. Lots of teenagers have a crush on their favourite celebrities. Love at first sight. Love at first sight. Meaning, immediate romantic attraction. Immediate romantic attraction. It was love at first sight when they met. It was love at first sight when they met. Swept off my feet. Swept off my feet. Meaning, fall in love quickly. Fall in love quickly. I didn't expect to fall in love, but I was completely swept off my feet on our first date. I didn't expect to fall in love, but I was completely swept off my feet on our first date. Puppy love. Puppy love. Meaning, young or innocent love. Young or innocent love. It's just puppy love. They're still kids. It's just puppy love. They're still kids. The apple of my eye. The apple of my eye. Meaning, someone cherished. Someone cherished. Ever since she was born, my daughter has been the apple of my eye. Ever since she was born, my daughter has been the apple of my eye. Mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. Meaning, unsure emotions. Unsure emotions. I have mixed feelings about moving away. I have mixed feelings about moving away. Roller coaster of emotions. Roller coaster of emotions. Meaning, many emotional ups and downs. Many emotional ups and downs. The day was a roller coaster of emotions. The day was a roller coaster of emotions. Bottled up. Bottled up. Meaning, hidden feelings. Hidden feelings. He keeps his emotions bottled up. He keeps his emotions bottled up. Wear your heart on your sleeve. Wear your heart on your sleeve. Meaning, show emotions openly. Show emotions openly. If you wear your heart on your sleeve, everyone can see how you're feeling. If you wear your heart on your sleeve, everyone can see how you're feeling. In two minds. In two minds. Meaning, unsure what to feel or decide. Unsure what to feel or decide. I'm in two minds about quitting. I'm in two minds about quitting. Take it to heart. Take it to heart. Meaning, be deeply affected by something. Be deeply affected by something. Don't take it to heart. It wasn't personal. Don't take it to heart. It wasn't personal. Talk about. Talk about. We need to talk about your project. We need to talk about your project. Think about. Think about. I'll think about your idea tonight. I'll think about your idea tonight. Worry about. Worry about. Don't worry about the result. Don't worry about the result. Care about. Care about. They really care about doing a good job. They really care about doing a good job. Ask about. Ask about. I always ask about the refund policy before booking. I always ask about the refund policy before booking. Hear about. Hear about. I often hear about new job openings through friends. I often hear about new job openings through friends. Know about. Know about. Do you know about this policy? Do you know about this policy? Read about. Read about. I want to read about another success story like that. I want to read about another success story like that. Argue about. Argue about. They always argue about money. They always argue about money. Learn about. Learn about. I always learn about new cultures when I travel. I always learn about new cultures when I travel. Always remember. Always remember. I'll always remember this moment. I'll always remember this moment. Always try. Always try. I always try to stay positive, even on tough days. I always try to stay positive, even on tough days. Always forget. Always forget. We always forget where we parked the car. We always forget where we parked the car. Always arrive. Always arrive. They always arrive late. They always arrive late. Always smile. Always smile. I always smile at people when I walk past them. I always smile at people when I walk past them. Always believe. Always believe. I always believe in second chances. I always believe in second chances. Always complain. Always complain. You always complain when things don't go your way. You always complain when things don't go your way. Always want. Always want. I always want more time. I always want more time. Always need. Always need. We always need extra chairs when guests arrive. We always need extra chairs when guests arrive. Always help. Always help. They always help their neighbours with groceries. They always help their neighbours with groceries. Try again. Try again. Don't give up. Try again. Don't give up. Try again. Start again. Start again. Let's start again from the top. Let's start again from the top. Begin again. Begin again. She had to begin again in a new city. She had to begin again in a new city. Read it again. Read it again. Can you read it again, please? Can you read it again, please? Say it again. Say it again. Say it again slowly this time. Say it again slowly this time. Fail again. Fail again. I can't afford to fail again. I can't afford to fail again. Call again. Call again. I'll call again tomorrow afternoon. I'll call again tomorrow afternoon. See you again. See you again. Hope to see you again soon. Hope to see you again soon. Come back again. Come back again. I'd love to come back again. I'd love to come back again. Ask again. Ask again. I'll ask again just to be sure. I'll ask again just to be sure. Ask a question. Ask a question. Feel free to ask a question. Feel free to ask a question. Ask for help. Ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Ask out. Ask out. I want to ask out my colleague for coffee, but I'm nervous. I want to ask out my colleague for coffee, but I'm nervous. Ask around. Ask around. I'll ask around and find out. I'll ask around and find out. Ask permission. Ask permission. You need to ask permission first. You need to ask permission first. Ask politely. Ask politely. Always ask politely, not rudely. Always ask politely, not rudely. Ask a favour. Ask a favour. I need to ask a favour before you leave. I need to ask a favour before you leave. Ask for directions. Ask for directions. I usually ask for directions when I visit a new city. I usually ask for directions when I visit a new city. Ask for advice. Ask for advice. I often ask for advice when I'm unsure what to do. I often ask for advice when I'm unsure what to do. Ask tough questions. Ask tough questions. Good journalists always ask tough questions during interviews. Good journalists always ask tough questions during interviews. Any questions? Any questions? Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? Any idea? Any idea? Do you have any idea where he is? Do you have any idea where he is? Any time. Any time. Call me any time. Call me any time. Any reason. Any reason. Is there any reason for this? Is there any reason for this? Any chance. Any chance. Is there any chance of rain? Is there any chance of rain? Any help. Any help. Let me know if you need any help. Let me know if you need any help. Any news. Any news. Any news on the results? Any news on the results? Any advice. Any advice. Can you give me any advice? Can you give me any advice? Any difference. Any difference. Does it make any difference? Does it make any difference? Any more. Any more. I don't want any more cake. I don't want any more cake. Another day. Another day. We'll try again another day. We'll try again another day. Another chance. Another chance. Give me another chance. Give me another chance. Another reason. Another reason. That's another reason to go. That's another reason to go. Another one. Another one. I'll take another one, thanks. I'll take another one, thanks. Another time. Another time. Let's do this another time. Let's do this another time. Another cup. Another cup. Would you like another cup of tea? Would you like another cup of tea? Another round. Another round. Ready for another round? Ready for another round? Another try. Another try. Give it another try. Give it another try. Another example. Another example. Can you give another example? Can you give another example? Another job. Another job. He's looking for another job. He's looking for another job. After work. After work. Let's grab dinner after work. Let's grab dinner after work. After school. After school. They play football after school. They play football after school. After you. After you. When we reach the door, I always say, after you. When we reach the door, I always say, after you. After the meeting. After the meeting. I'll talk to you after the meeting. I'll talk to you after the meeting. After all. After all. He came after all. He came after all. After a while. After a while. After a while, things got better. After a while, things got better. After lunch. After lunch. I'll call you after lunch. I'll call you after lunch. After the storm. After the storm. Everything was calm after the storm. Everything was calm after the storm. After hours. After hours. We don't accept calls after hours. We don't accept calls after hours. After that. After that. And after that, what happened? And after that, what happened? Around the world. Around the world. She's travelled around the world. She's travelled around the world. Look around. Look around. Let's look around the shop. Let's look around the shop. Move around. Move around. The baby is starting to move around. The baby is starting to move around. Walk around. Walk around. I usually walk around the park during my lunch break. I usually walk around the park during my lunch break. Turn around. Turn around. I often turn around when I hear my name. I often turn around when I hear my name. Go around. Go around. Let's go around the park. Let's go around the park. Come around. Come around. People often come around when there's free food. People often come around when there's free food. Sit around. Sit around. We sometimes sit around and talk for hours. We sometimes sit around and talk for hours. Hang around. Hang around. They hang around the corner cafe. They hang around the corner cafe. Mess around. Mess around. They always mess around during group projects. They always mess around during group projects. Almost done. Almost done. I'm almost done with my homework. I'm almost done with my homework. Almost finished. Almost finished. We're almost finished here. We're almost finished here. Almost ready. Almost ready. Dinner is almost ready. Dinner is almost ready. Almost there. Almost there. Keep going. You're almost there. Keep going. You're almost there. Almost crying. Almost crying. She looked like she was almost crying. She looked like she was almost crying. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. I almost forgot your birthday. I almost forgot your birthday. Almost missed. Almost missed. We almost missed the bus. We almost missed the bus. Almost fell. Almost fell. He almost fell down the stairs. He almost fell down the stairs. Almost impossible. Almost impossible. It's almost impossible to solve. It's almost impossible to solve. almost lost, almost lost. I almost lost my wallet. I almost lost my wallet. Also known as, also known as. He's also known as the fixer. He's also known as the fixer. Also available, also available. The book is also available online. The book is also available online. Also important, also important. This point is also important. This point is also important. Also included, also included. Breakfast is also included in the price. Breakfast is also included in the price. Also happens, also happens. It also happens to be her birthday. It also happens to be her birthday. Also applies, also applies. That rule also applies to you. That rule also applies to you. Also agree, also agree. I also agree with your point. I also agree with your point. Also noticed, also noticed. I also noticed the change. I also noticed the change. Also feel, also feel. I also feel tired today. I also feel tired today. Also mentioned, also mentioned. She also mentioned the delay. She also mentioned the delay. Come across, come across. Meaning, seem or appear to others. Seem or appear to others. I come across as confident in most situations. I come across as confident in most situations. Open up, open up. Meaning, share feelings or thoughts. Share feelings or thoughts. I open up when I feel comfortable. I open up when I feel comfortable. Hold back, hold back. Meaning, avoid expressing something. Avoid expressing something. I hold back my opinions in large groups. I hold back my opinions in large groups. Stand out, stand out. Meaning, be noticeably different. Be noticeably different. I stand out because of my creative style. I stand out because of my creative style. Blend in, blend in. Meaning, not attract attention. Not attract attention. I blend in easily with new social groups. I blend in easily with new social groups. Keep to, keep to. Meaning, stay within personal boundaries. Stay within personal boundaries. I keep to myself at big parties. I keep to myself at big parties. Speak up, speak up. Meaning, express yourself clearly and loudly. Express yourself clearly and loudly. I speak up when I think something's wrong. I speak up when I think something's wrong. Back down, meaning retreat from a position, retreat from a position. I back down if the situation gets too heated. I back down if the situation gets too heated. Think through, meaning consider something carefully, consider something carefully. I think through every decision before acting. I think through every decision before acting. Take on, meaning accept responsibility or challenges. Accept responsibility or challenges. I take on too much sometimes, but I handle it. I take on too much sometimes, but I handle it. Give up, meaning stop trying, stop trying. I never give up, no matter how hard it gets. I never give up, no matter how hard it gets. Work on, meaning improve something, improve something. I work on my confidence every day. I work on my confidence every day. Look after, meaning care for, I look after my mental and physical health. I look after my mental and physical health. Look up to, meaning admire someone, admire someone. I look up to people who lead with kindness. I look up to people who lead with kindness. Stick to, meaning follow through on plans or values. Follow through on plans or values. I stick to my goals once I've made them. I stick to my goals once I've made them. Get over, meaning recover emotionally, recover emotionally. I get over setbacks quickly. I get over setbacks quickly. Put off, meaning delay or procrastinate, delay or procrastinate. I put off difficult tasks sometimes. I put off difficult tasks sometimes. Hold on to, meaning keep tightly, often ideas or values. Keep tightly, often ideas or values. I hold on to my beliefs even in tough times. I hold on to my beliefs even in tough times. Bring out, meaning reveal or show something. Reveal or show something. I bring out the best in others when I lead. I bring out the best in others when I lead. Chime in, meaning join a conversation. Join a conversation. I chime in when I have something useful to say. I chime in when I have something useful to say. Shut down, meaning stop responding or engaging. Stop responding or engaging. I shut down when I feel overwhelmed. I shut down when I feel overwhelmed. Go on about, go on about, meaning talk too much about something, talk too much about something. I go on about my hobbies if no one stops me. I go on about my hobbies if no one stops me. Come up with, come up with, meaning generate ideas, generate ideas. I come up with solutions quickly. I come up with solutions quickly. Point out, meaning highlight something, highlight something. I point out details others might miss. I point out details others might miss. Break down, meaning explain in simple terms, explain in simple terms. I break down complex topics clearly. I break down complex topics clearly. Get across, meaning communicate clearly, communicate clearly. I get across my thoughts without confusion. I get across my thoughts without confusion. Cut in, meaning interrupt, interrupt. I cut in only when it's important. I cut in only when it's important. Let out, meaning express a feeling, express a feeling. I let out frustration by journaling. I let out frustration by journaling. Sum up, meaning summarize, summarize. I sum up my thoughts before I speak. I sum up my thoughts before I speak. Build up, meaning gradually develop, gradually develop. I build up my confidence by taking small steps. I build up my confidence by taking small steps. Focus on, meaning give attention to, give attention to. I focus on self-improvement each day. I focus on self-improvement each day. Push through, meaning keep going despite difficulty. Keep going despite difficulty. I push through obstacles with determination. I push through obstacles with determination. Live up to, meaning meet expectations, meet expectations. I live up to what people expect of me. I live up to what people expect of me. Level up, meaning improve skills or status, improve skills or status. I level up every time I learn something new. I level up every time I learn something new. Step up, meaning rise to a challenge, rise to a challenge. I step up when leadership is needed. I step up when leadership is needed. Fall behind, meaning not keep pace, not keep pace. I fall behind if I lose motivation. I fall behind if I lose motivation. Catch up, meaning get back on track, get back on track. I catch up quickly when I miss a step. I catch up quickly when I miss a step. Take over, meaning take control, take control. I take over when I see something needs doing. I take over when I see something needs doing. Stick with, meaning continue consistently, continue consistently. I stick with habits that help me grow. I stick with habits that help me grow. Turn into, meaning become, I turn into someone stronger with each challenge. I turn into someone stronger with each challenge. Hold down, meaning maintain something steadily, maintain something steadily. I hold down a full-time job and study part-time. I hold down a full-time job and study part-time. Come through, meaning succeed in a tough situation, succeed in a tough situation. I come through under pressure. I come through under pressure. Tear up, meaning begin to cry, begin to cry. I tear up when I hear emotional stories. I tear up when I hear emotional stories. Calm down, meaning relax after tension, relax after tension. I calm down by listening to music. I calm down by listening to music. Break out of, meaning escape a habit or pattern, escape a habit or pattern. I break out of negative thinking patterns. I break out of negative thinking patterns. Look back on, meaning reflect on the past, reflect on the past. I look back on my past with gratitude. I look back on my past with gratitude. Let go of, meaning release emotionally, release emotionally. I let go of mistakes and move forwards. I let go of mistakes and move forwards. Stand up for, meaning defend your beliefs or someone else. Defend your beliefs or someone else. I stand up for what I believe in, even when it's unpopular. I stand up for what I believe in, even when it's unpopular. Dwell on, meaning think or talk about something too much. Think or talk about something too much. I dwell on things I can't control, but I'm working on it. I dwell on things I can't control, but I'm working on it. Come off as, meaning give a certain impression, give a certain impression. I come off as shy, but I'm actually very outgoing once you get to know me. I come off as shy, but I'm actually very outgoing once you get to know me. I'm a laid-back person most of the time. I'm a laid-back person most of the time. I'm usually full of energy and enthusiasm. I'm usually full of energy and enthusiasm. I tend to overthink everything. I tend to overthink everything. I'm quite introverted, especially in big groups. I'm quite introverted, especially in big groups. I've got a good sense of humour. I've got a good sense of humour. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I'm kind-hearted and caring. I'm kind-hearted and caring. I'm not great at handling pressure. I'm not great at handling pressure. I'm fiercely independent. I'm fiercely independent. I like to keep things simple. I like to keep things simple. I'm generally optimistic about life. I'm generally optimistic about life. I can be a little stubborn at times. I can be a little stubborn at times. I'm naturally curious about the world. I'm naturally curious about the world. I'm easy to talk to, or so I've been told. I'm easy to talk to, or so I've been told. I stay calm, even in stressful situations. I stay calm, even in stressful situations. I try to be thoughtful towards others. I try to be thoughtful towards others. I'm more of a listener than a talker. I'm more of a listener than a talker. I'm creative and full of ideas. I'm creative and full of ideas. I tend to keep my emotions to myself. I tend to keep my emotions to myself. I'm confident in social situations. I'm confident in social situations. I can get impatient when things move slowly. I can get impatient when things move slowly. I'm pretty open-minded about most things. I'm pretty open-minded about most things. I always try to be honest. I always try to be honest. I take pride in being reliable. I take pride in being reliable. I prefer to plan rather than be spontaneous. I prefer to plan rather than be spontaneous. I enjoy learning new things. I enjoy learning new things. I get uncomfortable with confrontation. I get uncomfortable with confrontation. I'm always willing to help people out. I'm always willing to help people out. I feel shy when I meet new people. I feel shy when I meet new people. I think I've got a strong personality. I think I've got a strong personality. I enjoy quiet nights in more than going out. I enjoy quiet nights in more than going out. I'd say I'm a chilled out kind of person. I'd say I'm a chilled out kind of person. I like having control over things. I like having control over things. I can't stand being late. I can't stand being late. I like to think of myself as hard-working. I like to think of myself as hard-working. I take time to open up to people. I take time to open up to people. I laugh at silly things all the time. I laugh at silly things all the time. I prefer deep conversations to small talk. I prefer deep conversations to small talk. I'm usually the one who makes the plans. I'm usually the one who makes the plans. I doubt myself more than I should. I doubt myself more than I should. I love making people feel included. I love making people feel included. I'm the quiet one in group settings. I'm the quiet one in group settings. I care a lot about doing the right thing. I care a lot about doing the right thing. I get flustered when I'm overwhelmed. I get flustered when I'm overwhelmed. I don't enjoy being the centre of attention. I don't enjoy being the centre of attention. I like making people laugh. I like making people laugh. I usually think before I speak. I usually think before I speak. I'm curious about how others see the world. I'm curious about how others see the world. I like sticking to a routine. I like sticking to a routine. I find it hard to say no. I find it hard to say no. I don't get angry easily. I don't get angry easily. I avoid drama whenever I can. I avoid drama whenever I can. I value honesty above everything. I value honesty above everything. I rely more on logic than emotion. I rely more on logic than emotion. I don't like asking for help. I don't like asking for help. I get bored pretty quickly. I get bored pretty quickly. I enjoy working on my own. I enjoy working on my own. I'm always trying to grow and improve. I'm always trying to grow and improve. I tend to over-prepare for things. I tend to over-prepare for things. I try not to take life too seriously. I try not to take life too seriously. I'm ambitious, but I try to stay grounded. I'm ambitious, but I try to stay grounded. I'm generous with the people I care about. I'm generous with the people I care about. I take criticism too personally sometimes. I take criticism too personally sometimes. I enjoy being independent. I enjoy being independent. I support my friends whenever I can. I support my friends whenever I can. I struggle with self-confidence occasionally. I struggle with self-confidence occasionally. I'm adaptable in most situations. I'm adaptable in most situations. I procrastinate more than I'd like to admit. I procrastinate more than I'd like to admit. I'm approachable and friendly. I'm approachable and friendly. I can be indecisive when faced with too many options. I can be indecisive when faced with too many options. I have a strong sense of right and wrong. I have a strong sense of right and wrong. I get defensive when I feel misunderstood. I get defensive when I feel misunderstood. I'm always trying to better myself. I'm always trying to better myself. I take things to heart too often. I take things to heart too often. I stay calm when things get stressful. I stay calm when things get stressful. I worry too much about what people think. I worry too much about what people think. I'm dependable when things go wrong. I'm dependable when things go wrong. I sometimes seem distant even when I'm not. I sometimes seem distant even when I'm not. I enjoy encouraging people. I enjoy encouraging people. I'm not great at multitasking. I'm not great at multitasking. I enjoy solving difficult problems. I enjoy solving difficult problems. I speak bluntly sometimes without meaning to. I speak bluntly sometimes without meaning to. I like taking the lead when I can. I like taking the lead when I can. I usually avoid conflict. I usually avoid conflict. I try to be mindful of how I speak. I try to be mindful of how I speak. I get overwhelmed if I take on too much. I get overwhelmed if I take on too much. I'm passionate about what I love. I'm passionate about what I love. I tend to overcommit myself. I tend to overcommit myself. I always try to stay humble. I always try to stay humble. I take time to trust people. I take time to trust people. I'm definitely a night owl. I'm definitely a night owl. I talk to myself when I'm thinking. I talk to myself when I'm thinking. I love collecting weird facts. I love collecting weird facts. I get excited over the smallest things. I get excited over the smallest things. I make strange jokes no one understands. I make strange jokes no one understands. I daydream more than I should. I daydream more than I should. I enjoy planning things, but rarely follow the plan. I enjoy planning things, but rarely follow the plan. I'm super picky about how my space looks. I'm super picky about how my space looks. I remember lyrics better than names. I remember lyrics better than names. I like doing impressions of people. I like doing impressions of people. I narrate my thoughts in my head. I narrate my thoughts in my head. I get hooked on random hobbies. I get hooked on random hobbies. I can't function without my morning tea. I can't function without my morning tea. I rearrange my room just for fun. I rearrange my room just for fun. I make to-do lists I never finish. I make to-do lists I never finish. I hum while I'm concentrating. I hum while I'm concentrating. I overuse emojis when I text. I overuse emojis when I text. I people watch at cafes for fun. I people watch at cafes for fun. I'm always early for everything. I'm always early for everything. I can't resist correcting grammar. I can't resist correcting grammar. I talk in movie quotes way too much. I talk in movie quotes way too much. I sing made-up songs while cleaning. I sing made-up songs while cleaning. I buy notebooks I never write in. I buy notebooks I never write in. I get too attached to fictional characters. I get too attached to fictional characters. I enjoy doing things the hard way. I enjoy doing things the hard way. I keep random souvenirs from places I visit. I keep random souvenirs from places I visit. I love giving everything a nickname. I love giving everything a nickname. I celebrate tiny wins like they're huge. I celebrate tiny wins like they're huge. I speak in metaphors constantly. I speak in metaphors constantly. I need to organise something before I can relax. I need to organise something before I can relax. I see myself as someone who's always growing. I see myself as someone who's always growing. I believe I'm stronger than I think. I believe I'm stronger than I think. I know I can be hard on myself. I know I can be hard on myself. I try to see the best in people. I try to see the best in people. I want to be someone others can rely on. I want to be someone others can rely on. I consider myself emotionally aware. I consider myself emotionally aware. I often reflect on my actions. I often reflect on my actions. I want to be known as someone who tries. I want to be known as someone who tries. I respect people who are different from me. I respect people who are different from me. I'm aware of my flaws. I'm aware of my flaws. I try to learn from every mistake. I try to learn from every mistake. I like to stay grounded no matter what. I like to stay grounded no matter what. I care deeply about things that matter to me. I care deeply about things that matter to me. I enjoy being around honest people. I enjoy being around honest people. I'm proud of how far I've come. I'm proud of how far I've come. I work hard to stay true to myself. I work hard to stay true to myself. I try to be the person I needed when I was younger. I try to be the person I needed when I was younger. I enjoy growing through new challenges. I enjoy growing through new challenges. I believe in kindness even when it's hard. I believe in kindness even when it's hard. I want to leave a positive impact. I want to leave a positive impact. I enjoy surprising people with small acts of kindness. I enjoy surprising people with small acts of kindness. I strive to stay balanced and calm. I strive to stay balanced and calm. I believe being real matters more than being perfect. I believe being real matters more than being perfect. I know I still have a lot to learn. I know I still have a lot to learn. I try to approach life with curiosity. I try to approach life with curiosity. I forgive myself for not having it all figured out. I forgive myself for not having it all figured out. I treat people the way I'd like to be treated. I treat people the way I'd like to be treated. I remind myself to enjoy the present moment. I remind myself to enjoy the present moment. I try to stay hopeful, even in tough times. I try to stay hopeful, even in tough times. I'm proud of who I'm becoming. I'm proud of who I'm becoming. Could have been refers to a situation that was possible in the past but did not happen. It expresses missed opportunities or unrealized potential. This phrase suggests that under different circumstances, something might have occurred or turned out differently. It is often used to reflect on what could have been achieved if the right conditions or actions had been in place. Here are 25 example sentences using could have been. It could have been a great day if I hadn't overslept. It could have been a great day if I hadn't overslept. She could have been the one to win the race. She could have been the one to win the race. It could have been worse, but we made it through. It could have been worse, but we made it through. We could have been friends if we had met earlier. We could have been friends if we had met earlier. That could have been a perfect solution if you'd have thought it through. That could have been a perfect solution if you'd have thought it through. He could have been in the movie if he had auditioned. He could have been in the movie if he had auditioned. The party could have been better if we had more guests. The party could have been better if we had more guests. You could have been more careful when handling that. You could have been more careful when handling that. It could have been a disaster if we didn't call for help. It could have been a disaster if we didn't call for help. They could have been successful if they worked harder. They could have been successful if they worked harder. The event could have been a huge success if we had better planning. The event could have been a huge success if we had better planning. She could have been happier if she had made different choices. She could have been happier if she had made different choices. The meeting could have been more productive if we started earlier. The meeting could have been more productive if we started earlier. He could have been a professional athlete, but he chose another path. He could have been a professional athlete, but he chose another path. That could have been a great movie if the script had been better. That could have been a great movie if the script had been better. It could have been a nice evening if the weather wasn't so bad. It could have been a nice evening if the weather wasn't so bad. The presentation could have been more engaging if you used visuals. The presentation could have been more engaging if you used visuals. We could have been late if the traffic was worse. We could have been late if the traffic was worse. I could have been more prepared for the interview. I could have been more prepared for the interview. They could have been safer if they wore helmets. They could have been safer if they wore helmets. You could have been more polite during the discussion. You could have been more polite during the discussion. It could have been a pleasant experience, but it turned out stressful. It could have been a pleasant experience, but it turned out stressful. We could have been on time if we left earlier. We could have been on time if we left earlier. You could have been more supportive when she needed it. You could have been more supportive when she needed it. It could have been an easy task if I had the right tools. It could have been an easy task if I had the right tools. Should have been is used to express a sense of regret, criticism, or a missed obligation. It reflects on a past event where something was expected or advised but did not happen. This phrase often implies that the outcome was not ideal and that there was an opportunity for a better result if different choices had been made. It can also be used to say that something was supposed to happen, but it didn't. Here are 25 example sentences using should have been. You should have been more careful with the vase. You should have been more careful with the vase. She should have been studying instead of watching TV. She should have been studying instead of watching TV. We should have been more organised for the event. We should have been more organised for the event. The cake should have been baked for another 10 minutes. The cake should have been baked for another 10 minutes. He should have been honest with me from the beginning. He should have been honest with me from the beginning. You should have been there earlier to get a good seat. You should have been there earlier to get a good seat. We should have been more patient with the process. We should have been more patient with the process. They should have been ready for the meeting by now. They should have been ready for the meeting by now. She should have been at work earlier this morning. She should have been at work earlier this morning. It should have been a relaxing weekend, but it was stressful. It should have been a relaxing weekend, but it was stressful. The report should have been submitted on time. The report should have been submitted on time. I should have been paying more attention during the lecture. I should have been paying more attention during the lecture. You should have been nicer to her. She's been struggling. You should have been nicer to her. She's been struggling. I should have been more careful with my words. I should have been more careful with my words. We should have been practicing more before the competition. We should have been practicing more before the competition. You should have been more proactive about the issue. You should have been more proactive about the issue. She should have been more understanding during the argument. She should have been more understanding during the argument. He should have been paying attention to the road. He should have been paying attention to the road. You should have been nicer when meeting my parents. You should have been nicer when meeting my parents. We should have been more enthusiastic about the project. We should have been more enthusiastic about the project. You should have been better prepared for the exam. You should have been better prepared for the exam. They should have been aware of the risks involved. They should have been aware of the risks involved. I should have been more focused during my presentation. I should have been more focused during my presentation. The team should have been communicating better throughout the game. The team should have been communicating better throughout the game. She should have been more careful with her spending. She should have been more careful with her spending. Would have been is used to describe a hypothetical situation or a possible outcome in the past that didn't happen. It is often used to talk about what could have occurred if the conditions had been different. This phrase is used when we imagine an alternate reality or scenario and reflect on how things could have played out if only certain factors had been in place. It's often used to express regret or wishful thinking about missed opportunities. Here are 25 example sentences using would have been. It would have been a perfect day if the weather was better. It would have been a perfect day if the weather was better. I would have been at the party if I wasn't feeling sick. I would have been at the party if I wasn't feeling sick. He would have been more successful if he didn't give up so soon. He would have been more successful if he didn't give up so soon. It would have been a great adventure if we had gone together. It would have been a great adventure if we had gone together. She would have been a fantastic candidate if she had more experience. She would have been a fantastic candidate if she had more experience. The movie would have been amazing if the plot was more interesting. The movie would have been amazing if the plot was more interesting. If you had asked earlier, it would have been easier to help. If you had asked earlier, it would have been easier to help. I would have been thrilled if you came to visit. I would have been thrilled if you came to visit. The concert would have been sold out if the tickets weren't so expensive. The concert would have been sold out if the tickets weren't so expensive. They would have been happy with the results if they worked harder. They would have been happy with the results if they worked harder. I would have been upset if I missed the opportunity. I would have been upset if I missed the opportunity. He would have been proud of you if he saw your work. He would have been proud of you if he saw your work. We would have been prepared if we knew the challenges ahead. We would have been prepared if we knew the challenges ahead. She would have been disappointed if she knew how hard it would be. She would have been disappointed if she knew how hard it would be. If I had known earlier, I would have been able to help you. If I had known earlier, I would have been able to help you. It would have been an unforgettable experience if we had travelled together. It would have been an unforgettable experience if we had travelled together. The team would have been better prepared if they had more time to train. The team would have been better prepared if they had more time to train. You would have been more confident if you practiced before. You would have been more confident if you practiced before. It would have been easier to solve if we had more resources. It would have been easier to solve if we had more resources. She would have been heartbroken if you didn't show up. She would have been heartbroken if you didn't show up. If I had taken the job offer, it would have been a better career move. If I had taken the job offer, it would have been a better career move. He would have been happier with his decision if he knew the outcome. He would have been happier with his decision if he knew the outcome. It would have been a different story if he had listened to my advice. It would have been a different story if he had listened to my advice. We would have been able to solve the problem if we had acted sooner. We would have been able to solve the problem if we had acted sooner. It would have been a better match if they had played with more effort. It would have been a better match if they had played with more effort. Wake up. Wake up. Meaning, stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. I wake up feeling refreshed and full of energy. I wake up feeling refreshed and full of energy. Get up. Get up. Meaning, rise from bed. Rise from bed. I get up early to enjoy some quiet time before work. I get up early to enjoy some quiet time before work. Freshen up. Freshen up. Meaning, quickly clean or tidy yourself. Quickly clean or tidy yourself. I freshen up after my morning run and feel amazing. I freshen up after my morning run and feel amazing. Look forward to. Look forward to. Meaning, feel excited about something. Feel excited about something. I always look forward to my morning smoothie. I always look forward to my morning smoothie. Set off. Set off. Meaning, begin a journey. Begin a journey. We set off on a beautiful walk through the hills. We set off on a beautiful walk through the hills. Bump into. Bump into. Meaning, meet someone unexpectedly. Meet someone unexpectedly. Sometimes I bump into friendly strangers who completely brighten my day. Sometimes I bump into friendly strangers who completely brighten my day. Cheer up. Cheer up. Meaning, become happier. Become happier. A kind message from a friend helped me cheer up instantly. A kind message from a friend helped me cheer up instantly. Get around to. Get around to. Meaning, finally do something you've delayed. Finally do something you've delayed. I always feel better when I get around to cleaning my room. I always feel better when I get around to cleaning my room. Head out. Head out. Meaning, leave home to go somewhere. Leave home to go somewhere. I head out early on weekends to make the most of the day. I head out early on weekends to make the most of the day. Work out. Work out. Meaning, exercise. Exercise. I work out every morning and it always lifts my mood. I work out every morning and it always lifts my mood. Pick up. Pick up. Meaning, collect something or someone. Collect something or someone. I always pick up a coffee on my way to the park. It's my little treat. I always pick up a coffee on my way to the park. It's my little treat. Chill out. Chill out. Meaning, relax and do nothing stressful. Relax and do nothing stressful. I like to chill out in the garden with a good book and some music. I like to chill out in the garden with a good book and some music. Show up. Show up. Meaning, arrive. Arrive. The sun starts shining as soon as I show up at the beach, like magic. The sun starts shining as soon as I show up at the beach, like magic. Take in. Take in. Meaning, enjoy or absorb something. Enjoy or absorb something. On sunny days, I take in the fresh air and just enjoy the moment. On sunny days, I take in the fresh air and just enjoy the moment. Wind down. Wind down. Meaning, relax after activity. Relax after activity. I like to wind down with music after dinner. I like to wind down with music after dinner. Catch up with. Catch up with. Meaning, reconnect and talk. Reconnect and talk. I make time every weekend to catch up with my cousins. It always lifts my spirits. I make time every weekend to catch up with my cousins. It always lifts my spirits. Try out. Try out. Meaning, test or sample something. Test or sample something. I love to try out new breakfast spots on weekends. It makes the morning feel special. I love to try out new breakfast spots on weekends. It makes the morning feel special. Get ahead. Get ahead. Meaning, make progress. Make progress. I plan my tasks early so I can get ahead and enjoy the rest of the day. I plan my tasks early so I can get ahead and enjoy the rest of the day. Hang out. Hang out. Meaning, spend time relaxing with others. Spend time relaxing with others. We hang out by the river after work and watch the sun go down. It's so relaxing. We hang out by the river after work and watch the sun go down. It's so relaxing. Pop in. Pop in. Meaning, visit briefly. Visit briefly. I like to pop in to my favourite bakery on the way home for a quick treat. I like to pop in to my favourite bakery on the way home for a quick treat. Kick back. Kick back. Meaning, relax and enjoy yourself. Relax and enjoy yourself. After finishing my work early, I kick back with a cold drink and some music. After finishing my work early, I kick back with a cold drink and some music. Light up. Light up. Meaning, become visibly happy. Become visibly happy. I love how my dog's eyes light up when I come home early from work. I love how my dog's eyes light up when I come home early from work. Get through. Get through. Meaning, complete something. Complete something. I always feel great when I get through my to-do list before noon. I always feel great when I get through my to-do list before noon. Sort out. Sort out. Meaning, solve or organise something. Solve or organise something. Whenever I sort out my space, I feel instantly more relaxed and focused. Whenever I sort out my space, I feel instantly more relaxed and focused. Look after. Look after. Meaning, take care of. Take care of. I look after my plants every morning, and seeing them thrive makes me smile. I look after my plants every morning, and seeing them thrive makes me smile. Pour down. Pour down. Meaning, to rain very heavily. To rain very heavily. It starts to pour down the moment I step outside without an umbrella. Typical bad luck. It starts to pour down the moment I step outside without an umbrella. Typical bad luck. Mess up. Mess up. Meaning, to make mistakes or cause something to go wrong. To make mistakes or cause something to go wrong. I mess up my schedule when unexpected problems arise. I mess up my schedule when unexpected problems arise. Break down. Break down. Meaning, to lose control or fail emotionally. To lose control or fail emotionally. I break down when too many setbacks come at once. I break down when too many setbacks come at once. Burn out. Burn out. Meaning, to become extremely exhausted or overwhelmed. To become extremely exhausted or overwhelmed. I burn out quickly on days filled with endless work. I burn out quickly on days filled with endless work. Fall apart. Fall apart. Meaning, to collapse or lose composure. To collapse or lose composure. I fall apart when everything seems to go wrong. I fall apart when everything seems to go wrong. Give in. Give in. Meaning, to yield or surrender to pressure. To yield or surrender to pressure. I give in to distractions when stress takes over. I give in to distractions when stress takes over. Let down. Let down. Meaning, to disappoint oneself or others by not meeting expectations. To disappoint oneself or others by not meeting expectations. I let down my team when I miss the deadline and it ruins my whole day. I let down my team when I miss the deadline and it ruins my whole day. Shut down. Shut down. Meaning, to become unresponsive or to stop functioning emotionally. To become unresponsive or to stop functioning emotionally. I shut down mentally when negativity surrounds me. I shut down mentally when negativity surrounds me. Run out of, run out of, meaning to exhaust available resources or energy. To exhaust available resources or energy. I run out of ideas when my motivation drops. I run out of ideas when my motivation drops. Screw up, meaning to mishandle or make a significant error. To mishandle or make a significant error. I screw up simple tasks when the pressure is too high. I screw up simple tasks when the pressure is too high. Fall behind, meaning to lag or not keep up with expectations. To lag or not keep up with expectations. I fall behind at work whenever interruptions pile up. I fall behind at work whenever interruptions pile up. Back off, meaning to withdraw or retreat from a challenge. To withdraw or retreat from a challenge. I back off from difficult decisions when stress mounts. I back off from difficult decisions when stress mounts. Give up, meaning to stop trying or surrender completely. To stop trying or surrender completely. I give up on my goals when obstacles seem insurmountable. I give up on my goals when obstacles seem insurmountable. Freak out, meaning to panic or become extremely anxious. To panic or become extremely anxious. I freak out when sudden changes catch me off guard. I freak out when sudden changes catch me off guard. Slip up, meaning to make a minor mistake. To make a minor mistake. I slip up on details when my focus is shattered by tension. I slip up on details when my focus is shattered by tension. Fall through, meaning for plans or ideas to fail. For plans or ideas to fail. My important plans fall through when nothing goes as expected. My important plans fall through when nothing goes as expected. Buckle under, meaning to collapse or yield under overwhelming demands. To collapse or yield under overwhelming demands. I buckle under the constant pressure of endless expectations. I buckle under the constant pressure of endless expectations. Drag on, meaning continue for too long. Continue for too long. My afternoon meetings drag on and drain all my energy. My afternoon meetings drag on and drain all my energy. Flare up, meaning suddenly become worse, emotion or pain. Suddenly become worse, emotion or pain. Tensions flare up quickly when everyone's already having a rough morning. Tensions flare up quickly when everyone's already having a rough morning. Lash out, meaning suddenly express anger, suddenly express anger. I lash out when I've had enough of everything going wrong. I lash out when I've had enough of everything going wrong. Come down with, meaning start to feel ill, start to feel ill. I always seem to come down with a cold right before something important happens. I always seem to come down with a cold right before something important happens. Walk out, meaning leave a situation angrily or suddenly. Leave a situation angrily or suddenly. I walk out of the room when I can't take the criticism anymore. I walk out of the room when I can't take the criticism anymore. Cave in, meaning give in under pressure, give in under pressure. I cave in and cancel plans because I can't handle the stress. I cave in and cancel plans because I can't handle the stress. Hold back, meaning restrain emotions, restrain emotions. I hold back tears all day just to appear okay. I hold back tears all day just to appear okay. Shut off, meaning emotionally disconnect, emotionally disconnect. I shut off my emotions when everything becomes too much. I shut off my emotions when everything becomes too much. Because of the rain, because of the rain. We stayed indoors because of the rain. We stayed indoors because of the rain. Because of you, because of you. I made it on time because of you. I made it on time because of you. Because I said so, because I said so. You're not going out because I said so. You're not going out because I said so. Because it matters, because it matters. Stand up for it because it matters. Stand up for it because it matters. Because it's true, because it's true. Believe it because it's true. Believe it because it's true. Because of the delay, because of the delay. The meeting was cancelled because of the delay. The meeting was cancelled because of the delay. Because I care, because I care. I'm telling you this because I care. I'm telling you this because I care. Because of her smile, because of her smile. He noticed her right away because of her smile. He noticed her right away because of her smile. Because it's easier, because it's easier. We took the train because it's easier. We took the train because it's easier. Because you never know. Because you never know. Take an umbrella because you never know. Take an umbrella because you never know. Before sunrise. Before sunrise. We left the house before sunrise. We left the house before sunrise. Before you go. Before you go. Call me before you go. Call me before you go. Long before. Long before. I knew the answer long before anyone else. I knew the answer long before anyone else. Before it starts. Before it starts. Grab a seat before it starts. Grab a seat before it starts. Just before lunch. Just before lunch. He arrived just before lunch. He arrived just before lunch. Before the deadline. Before the deadline. Please submit your work before the deadline. Please submit your work before the deadline. Before I forget. Before I forget. Let me tell you this before I forget. Let me tell you this before I forget. Before and after. Before and after. Here's the before and after photo. Here's the before and after photo. Before bedtime. Before bedtime. Kids should brush their teeth before bedtime. Kids should brush their teeth before bedtime. Before making a decision. Before making a decision. Think carefully before making a decision. Think carefully before making a decision. Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. She works hard behind the scenes. She works hard behind the scenes. Left behind. Left behind. Several bags were left behind on the train after it departed. Several bags were left behind on the train after it departed. Behind schedule. Behind schedule. The project is behind schedule. The project is behind schedule. Behind bars. Behind bars. He spent 3 years behind bars. He spent 3 years behind bars. Lagging behind. Lagging behind. Our team is lagging behind in points. Our team is lagging behind in points. Fall behind. Fall behind. Don't fall behind on your work. Don't fall behind on your work. Hide behind. Hide behind. Don't hide behind excuses. Don't hide behind excuses. Behind the curtain. Behind the curtain. It all happened behind the curtain. It all happened behind the curtain. Stay behind. Stay behind. I had to stay behind after class. I had to stay behind after class. Behind closed doors. Behind closed doors. The deal was made behind closed doors. The deal was made behind closed doors. Below zero. Below zero. Temperatures dropped below zero last night. Temperatures dropped below zero last night. Below average. Below average. His performance was below average. His performance was below average. Below the surface. Below the surface. There's more going on below the surface. There's more going on below the surface. Below the belt. Below the belt. That comment was below the belt. That comment was below the belt. Drop below. Drop below. Prices usually drop below average during the off-season. Prices usually drop below average during the off-season. Fall below. Fall below. Grades that fall below 50% are considered a fail. Grades that fall below 50% are considered a fail. Listed below. Listed below. Follow the steps listed below. Follow the steps listed below. Sink below. Sink below. The boat started to sink below the waves. The boat started to sink below the waves. Below the line. Below the line. Write your name below the line. Write your name below the line. Just below. Just below. You can find the menu just below the video. You can find the menu just below the video. Between the lines. Between the lines. You have to read between the lines. You have to read between the lines. Between us. Between us. This secret stays between us. This secret stays between us. Between friends. Between friends. It was just a joke between friends. It was just a joke between friends. Between classes. Between classes. I grabbed a snack between classes. I grabbed a snack between classes. Between jobs. Between jobs. He's currently between jobs. He's currently between jobs. Between meals. Between meals. Avoid snacking between meals. Avoid snacking between meals. Between you and me. Between you and me. Between you and me, I never liked it. Between you and me, I never liked it. Between two choices. Between two choices. She's stuck between two choices. She's stuck between two choices. Between now and then. Between now and then. We have time between now and then. We have time between now and then. Between the pages. Between the pages. He found a note between the pages. He found a note between the pages. Beyond belief. Beyond belief. The damage was beyond belief. The damage was beyond belief. Beyond repair. Beyond repair. The car is beyond repair. The car is beyond repair. Beyond doubt. Beyond doubt. It's true beyond doubt. It's true beyond doubt. Beyond control. Beyond control. The fire spread beyond control. The fire spread beyond control. Beyond recognition. Beyond recognition. He changed beyond recognition. He changed beyond recognition. Beyond reach. Beyond reach. The book was just beyond reach. The book was just beyond reach. Go beyond. Go beyond. We need to go beyond expectations. We need to go beyond expectations. Beyond understanding. Beyond understanding. His actions were beyond understanding. His actions were beyond understanding. Beyond limits. Beyond limits. Push yourself beyond limits. Push yourself beyond limits. Beyond the horizon. Beyond the horizon. A ship sailed beyond the horizon. A ship sailed beyond the horizon. Both of us. Both of us. Both of us agreed. Both of us agreed. Both ways. Both ways. It works both ways. It works both ways. Both sides. Both sides. They listened to both sides. They listened to both sides. Both ends. Both ends. He's burning the candle at both ends. He's burning the candle at both ends. Both hands. Both hands. He held it with both hands. He held it with both hands. Both options. Both options. We discussed both options. We discussed both options. Both teams. Both teams. Both teams played well. Both teams played well. Both parties. Both parties. Both parties signed the agreement. Both parties signed the agreement. Both directions. Both directions. Traffic flows in both directions. Traffic flows in both directions. Both boys and girls. Both boys and girls. The game is for both boys and girls. The game is for both boys and girls. Bring up the topic. Bring up the topic. She didn't want to bring up the topic. She didn't want to bring up the topic. Bring to life. Bring to life. Her voice and energy bring to life the character. Her voice and energy bring to life the character. Bring home. Bring home. Please bring home some bread. Please bring home some bread. Bring joy. Bring joy. Small acts of kindness can bring joy to someone's day. Small acts of kindness can bring joy to someone's day. Bring it on. Bring it on. You want a rematch? Bring it on. You want a rematch? Bring it on. Bring about change. Bring about change. The new law will bring about change. The new law will bring about change. Bring together. Bring together. These events bring together people from all walks of life. These events bring together people from all walks of life. Bring back memories. Bring back memories. Old songs always bring back memories of my childhood. Old songs always bring back memories of my childhood. Bring to mind. Bring to mind. The design choices bring to mind classic architecture. The design choices bring to mind classic architecture. Bring attention to. Bring attention to. We need to bring attention to this issue. We need to bring attention to this issue. But still. But still. It was hard, but still worth it. It was hard, but still worth it. But also. But also. Not only smart, but also kind. Not only smart, but also kind. But then. But then. I was tired, but then I saw her. I was tired, but then I saw her. But not least. But not least. Last but not least, meet Sarah. Last but not least, meet Sarah. But rather. But rather. Not anger, but rather disappointment. Not anger, but rather disappointment. But instead. But instead. He stayed home, but instead of resting, he worked. He stayed home, but instead of resting, he worked. But somehow. But somehow. I was nervous, but somehow I stayed calm. I was nervous, but somehow I stayed calm. But now. But now. She was shy, but now she's confident. She was shy, but now she's confident. But never. But never. He tried, but never succeeded. He tried, but never succeeded. But everything. But everything. She lost nothing, but everything changed. She lost nothing, but everything changed. Besides that. Besides that. I'm busy. Besides that, I'm not interested. I'm busy. Besides that, I'm not interested. Besides you. Besides you. Nobody helped me besides you. Nobody helped me besides you. Besides the fact. Besides the fact. Besides the fact that it's late, I'm tired. Besides the fact that it's late, I'm tired. Besides being. Besides being. Besides being smart, he's also creative. Besides being smart, he's also creative. Besides him. Besides him. Everyone was on time besides him. Everyone was on time besides him. Besides me. Besides me. No one knew the answer besides me. No one knew the answer besides me. Besides studying. Besides studying. She also works part-time besides studying. She also works part-time besides studying. Besides those. Besides those. I liked all the books besides those. I liked all the books besides those. Besides working. Besides working. Besides working full-time, she volunteers. Besides working full-time, she volunteers. Besides his job. Besides his job. He has no hobbies besides his job. He has no hobbies besides his job. Do you want to meet up after work? Do you want to meet up after work? Let's grab a coffee sometime this week. Let's grab a coffee sometime this week. What day works best for you? What day works best for you? I'm free on Friday evening. How about you? I'm free on Friday evening. How about you? Shall we meet at the park around 3? Shall we meet at the park around 3? How about dinner on Saturday night? How about dinner on Saturday night? I haven't seen you in ages. Let's catch up. I haven't seen you in ages. Let's catch up. Text me when you're on the way. Text me when you're on the way. I'll check my schedule and get back to you. I'll check my schedule and get back to you. Can we make it earlier? I've got something later. Can we make it earlier? I've got something later. Let's meet halfway so it's easier for both of us. Let's meet halfway so it's easier for both of us. Do you want to hang out this weekend? Do you want to hang out this weekend? I might be late, but I'll definitely come. I might be late, but I'll definitely come. Should we invite anyone else? Should we invite anyone else? Let's set a time and stick to it. Let's set a time and stick to it. Do you want to see a film this weekend? Do you want to see a film this weekend? What time does the movie start? What time does the movie start? Let's book the tickets in advance. Let's book the tickets in advance. I heard there's a new action movie out. I heard there's a new action movie out. Can we watch something funny this time? Can we watch something funny this time? Do you prefer the early show or the late one? Do you prefer the early show or the late one? Let's meet outside the cinema at 6:30. Let's meet outside the cinema at 6:30. Should we grab snacks before we go in? Should we grab snacks before we go in? I'll check what's playing and let you know. I'll check what's playing and let you know. Have you seen the trailer for that new film? Have you seen the trailer for that new film? I'll buy the tickets if you get the popcorn. I'll buy the tickets if you get the popcorn. Shall we sit near the back or the front? Shall we sit near the back or the front? We should arrive early to get good seats. We should arrive early to get good seats. Let's make it a movie night. I'll drive. Let's make it a movie night. I'll drive. If it's sold out, we can try something else. If it's sold out, we can try something else. Where should we go for our next trip? Where should we go for our next trip? I was thinking of taking a short break next month. I was thinking of taking a short break next month. Let's book the flights before the prices go up. Let's book the flights before the prices go up. Have you checked any hotel options yet? Have you checked any hotel options yet? Do you want a beach holiday or something in the city? Do you want a beach holiday or something in the city? How many days are we planning to stay? How many days are we planning to stay? I'll look up the visa requirements tonight. I'll look up the visa requirements tonight. Let's create a shared itinerary online. Let's create a shared itinerary online. Should we rent a car while we're there? Should we rent a car while we're there? We need to pack light if we're flying low cost. We need to pack light if we're flying low cost. Don't forget to bring your passport. Don't forget to bring your passport. I'll handle the accommodation. You can book the transport. I'll handle the accommodation. You can book the transport. Let's leave early to avoid traffic. Let's leave early to avoid traffic. We should check the weather before we go. We should check the weather before we go. I'm so excited for this trip. It's been a while. I'm so excited for this trip. It's been a while. Should we throw a party for her birthday? Should we throw a party for her birthday? What kind of theme should we go with? What kind of theme should we go with? Let's keep it small and invite just close friends. Let's keep it small and invite just close friends. I'll take care of the food and drinks. I'll take care of the food and drinks. Can you handle the music and decorations? Can you handle the music and decorations? What date works best for everyone? What date works best for everyone? We need to send out the invites this week. We need to send out the invites this week. Should we make it a surprise party? Should we make it a surprise party? I'll book the venue if we decide to go big. I'll book the venue if we decide to go big. Do you think we'll need extra chairs or tables? Do you think we'll need extra chairs or tables? Let's order a cake from that bakery she loves. Let's order a cake from that bakery she loves. I'll make a playlist so the music flows well. I'll make a playlist so the music flows well. We should have a backup plan in case it rains. We should have a backup plan in case it rains. Can someone pick up snacks on the way? Can someone pick up snacks on the way? Let's set up everything an hour before the guests arrive. Let's set up everything an hour before the guests arrive. Can we schedule a quick meeting this afternoon? Can we schedule a quick meeting this afternoon? What time works best for the team? What time works best for the team? Let's set up a video call instead of meeting in person. Let's set up a video call instead of meeting in person. I've sent out a calendar invite. Please confirm. I've sent out a calendar invite. Please confirm. Can we push the meeting to tomorrow? Can we push the meeting to tomorrow? We need to discuss this before Friday's deadline. We need to discuss this before Friday's deadline. Let's try to keep it under 30 minutes. Let's try to keep it under 30 minutes. Can you check everyone's availability? Can you check everyone's availability? I'll prepare the agenda and send it over. I'll prepare the agenda and send it over. Should we meet before or after lunch? Should we meet before or after lunch? Let's meet early so we have the rest of the day free. Let's meet early so we have the rest of the day free. Please bring any updates to share with the group. Please bring any updates to share with the group. I'll book a conference room for 10 a.m. I'll book a conference room for 10 a.m. Don't forget to send out a follow-up email after the meeting. Don't forget to send a follow-up email after the meeting. Let's plan a regular catch-up every Monday. Let's plan a regular catch-up every Monday. Are you free to visit Mum and Dad this weekend? Are you free to visit Mum and Dad this weekend? Let's plan a day to see your grandparents soon. Let's plan a day to see your grandparents soon. I was thinking we could stop by on Sunday afternoon. I was thinking we could stop by on Sunday afternoon. Should we bring anything with us? Should we bring anything with us? Let's call ahead and let them know we're coming. Let's call ahead and let them know we're coming. I haven't seen them in ages. It's time for a visit. I haven't seen them in ages. It's time for a visit. Can we stay overnight or just for the day? Can we stay overnight or just for the day? I'll check train times in the morning. I'll check train times in the morning. Let's take the kids. They'd love to see everyone. Let's take the kids. They'd love to see everyone. I'll cook something and bring it along. I'll cook something and bring it along. What time shall we head out? What time shall we head out? Can we pop in quickly, even just for tea? Can we pop in quickly, even just for tea? We could go this Saturday if you're not working. We could go this Saturday if you're not working. Let's make it a proper family lunch. Let's make it a proper family lunch. I'll sort out a small gift before we go. I'll sort out a small gift before we go. Do you want to study together this evening? Do you want to study together this evening? Let's meet at the library after lunch. Let's meet at the library after lunch. What subject should we focus on first? What subject should we focus on first? I'll bring my notes if you bring yours. I'll bring my notes if you bring yours. Can we go over yesterday's lesson again? Can we go over yesterday's lesson again? Let's quiz each other to make it fun. Let's quiz each other to make it fun. I need help understanding this topic. Can you explain it? I need help understanding this topic. Can you explain it? We should take short breaks every hour. We should take short breaks every hour. Let's create a study timetable we both follow. Let's create a study timetable we both follow. Want to meet at my place or yours? Want to meet at my place or yours? I've got some practice questions we can do together. I've got some practice questions we can do together. We should review everything before the test next week. We should review everything before the test next week. I'll print the flashcards if you make them. I'll print the flashcards if you make them. Can we study for just an hour today? Can we study for just an hour today? Let's aim to finish this chapter before dinner. Let's aim to finish this chapter before dinner. Let's clean the house this weekend. Let's clean the house this weekend. Can you take out the rubbish before dinner? Can you take out the rubbish before dinner? I'll do the dishes if you sweep the floor. I'll do the dishes if you sweep the floor. We should change the bed sheets today. We should change the bed sheets today. Don't forget to vacuum the living room. Don't forget to vacuum the living room. Can we sort the laundry together? Can we sort the laundry together? Let's make a cleaning list and divide the tasks. Let's make a cleaning list and divide the tasks. I'll wash and you can dry. I'll wash and you can dry. Should we mop the kitchen floor tonight? Should we mop the kitchen floor tonight? It's time to tidy up the garage. It's time to tidy up the garage. Let's declutter one room at a time. Let's declutter one room at a time. Can you dust the shelves while I clean the windows? Can you dust the shelves while I clean the windows? I'll do the bathroom if you don't mind. I'll do the bathroom if you don't mind. Shall we water the plants before we head out? Shall we water the plants before we head out? Let's set a timer so we don't get distracted. Let's set a timer so we don't get distracted. Do you want to go shopping this afternoon? Do you want to go shopping this afternoon? Let's make a list so we don't forget anything. Let's make a list so we don't forget anything. Should we go to the high street or the shopping centre? Should we go to the high street or the shopping centre? I need to buy a few things for the house. I need to buy a few things for the house. Can we stop by the supermarket too? Can we stop by the supermarket too? Let's look for some clothes on sale. Let's look for some clothes on sale. I'll grab a trolley. You get a basket. I'll grab a trolley. You get a basket. Do we have enough money for everything? Do we have enough money for everything? We should compare prices before we buy it. We should compare prices before we buy it. Can you remind me to get milk and eggs? Can you remind me to get milk and eggs? Let's try that new shop near the station. Let's try that new shop near the station. Do you want to split up and meet at the checkout? Do you want to split up and meet at the checkout? I'll pay for this one. You can get the next. I'll pay for this one. You can get the next. Can we pop into the pharmacy while we're out? Can we pop into the pharmacy while we're out? Let's go early to avoid the crowds. Let's go early to avoid the crowds. What should we do this weekend? What should we do this weekend? Let's plan something fun for Saturday. Let's plan something fun for Saturday. Do you want to go for a walk or stay in? Do you want to go for a walk or stay in? We could try that new cafe in town. We could try that new cafe in town. How about a picnic if the weather's nice? How about a picnic if the weather's nice? I was thinking of doing something outdoors. I was thinking of doing something outdoors. Want to check out the local market? Want to check out the local market? Let's watch a film and relax on Sunday. Let's watch a film and relax on Sunday. Should we invite a few friends over? Should we invite a few friends over? We could go hiking or visit a nearby village. We could go hiking or visit a nearby village. I need to rest, but I'm up for something low-key. I need to rest, but I'm up for something low-key. Let's just go with the flow and see how we feel. Let's just go with the flow and see how we feel. Do you want to book something in advance? Do you want to book something in advance? How about trying something different this time? How about trying something different this time? Let's make sure we enjoy the weekend before Monday hits. Let's make sure we enjoy the weekend before Monday hits. It is what it is. It is what it is. Meaning, you can't change the situation. You can't change the situation. I don't like the decision, but it is what it is. I don't like the decision, but it is what it is. Long story short. Long story short. Meaning, summing up a complicated situation. Summing up a complicated situation. Long story short, we missed the flight. Long story short, we missed the flight. Better late than never. Better late than never. Meaning, doing something late is better than not doing it at all. Doing something late is better than not doing it at all. He finally paid me back. Better late than never. He finally paid me back. Better late than never. That's the last straw. That's the last straw. Meaning, the final annoyance that causes a reaction. The final annoyance that causes a reaction. He was late again. That's the last straw. He was late again. That's the last straw. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Meaning, the person you were just talking about appears. The person you were just talking about appears. Speak of the devil. Look who just walked in. Speak of the devil. Look who just walked in. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Meaning, deal with problems when they actually happen. Deal with problems when they actually happen. What if we get lost? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. What if we get lost? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm easy. I'm easy. Meaning, I don't mind or care either way. I don't mind or care either way. Where should we eat? I'm easy. Where should we eat? I'm easy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Meaning, Okay, that makes sense. I accept that. Okay, that makes sense. I accept that. She explained her reasons clearly, and he responded with a simple, fair enough. She explained her reasons clearly, and he responded with a simple, fair enough. Can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Meaning, too lazy or uninterested to do something. Too lazy or uninterested to do something. I should clean, but I can't be bothered. I should clean, but I can't be bothered. You're having a laugh. You're having a laugh. Meaning, you must be joking. You must be joking. £10 for a coffee. You're having a laugh. £10 for a coffee. You're having a laugh. I'm not being funny, but. I'm not being funny, but. Meaning, I'm serious, even if this sounds rude. I'm serious, even if this sounds rude. I'm not being funny, but you do need to shower. I'm not being funny, but you do need to shower. Each to their own. Each to their own. Meaning, everyone has different tastes or opinions. Everyone has different tastes or opinions. I think pineapple on pizza is disgusting, but each to their own. I think pineapple on pizza is disgusting, but each to their own. Not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Meaning, not something I enjoy. Not something I enjoy. Reality TV is not my cup of tea. Reality TV is not my cup of tea. I'll give it a miss. I'll give it a miss. Meaning, I'll skip it this time. I'll skip it this time. Want to go clubbing? I'll give it a miss. Want to go clubbing? I'll give it a miss. Went pear-shaped. Went pear-shaped. Meaning, something went wrong. Something went wrong. The plan went pear-shaped after the first hour. The plan went pear-shaped after the first hour. I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. Meaning, very happy. Very happy. She passed the exam. I'm over the moon. She passed the exam. I'm over the moon. No worries. No worries. Meaning, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. She replied with a calm no worries after reading the message. She replied with a calm no worries after reading the message. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. Meaning, it's not as bad as it seems. It's not as bad as it seems. You lost your keys. It's not the end of the world. You lost your keys. It's not the end of the world. Bit of a faff. Bit of a faff. Meaning, an annoying or unnecessary effort. An annoying or unnecessary effort. Getting through airport security is a bit of a faff. Getting through airport security is a bit of a faff. I'm knackered. I'm knackered, meaning I'm really tired. I'm really tired. I've been working all day. I'm knackered. I've been working all day. I'm knackered. Fancy a cuppa? Fancy a cuppa? Meaning, would you like a cup of tea? Would you like a cup of tea? It's cold out. Fancy a cuppa? It's cold out. Fancy a cuppa? It's not my place. It's not my place. Meaning, I'm not the right person to comment. I'm not the right person to comment. It's not my place to say how you should parent. It's not my place to say how you should parent. I'll have a word. I'll have a word. Meaning, I'll talk to someone, often to correct something. I'll talk to someone, often to correct something. The neighbours are too loud. I'll have a word. The neighbours are too loud. I'll have a word. He's full of himself. He's full of himself. Meaning, he's arrogant. He's arrogant. Ever since the promotion, he's full of himself. Ever since the promotion, he's full of himself. You've lost the plot. You've lost the plot. Meaning, you're acting irrationally or foolishly. You're acting irrationally or foolishly. You bought a car with no engine. You've lost the plot. You bought a car with no engine. You've lost the plot. Throwing a wobbly. Throwing a wobbly. Meaning, having a sudden tantrum or fit. Having a sudden tantrum or fit. He was on the verge of throwing a wobbly when the printer stopped working again. He was on the verge of throwing a wobbly when the printer stopped working again. Out of the blue. Out of the blue. Meaning, completely unexpected. Completely unexpected. The offer arrived out of the blue, with no warning at all. The offer arrived out of the blue, with no warning at all. Chuffed to bits. Chuffed to bits. Meaning, very pleased. Very pleased. She was chuffed to bits with her birthday surprise. She was chuffed to bits with her birthday surprise. A right mess. A right mess. Meaning, completely disorganized or chaotic. Completely disorganized or chaotic. Your bedroom is a right mess. Your bedroom is a right mess. Got the hump. Got the hump. Meaning, annoyed or moody. Annoyed or moody. He got the hump because no one laughed at his joke. He got the hump because no one laughed at his joke. In two minds. In two minds. Meaning, undecided between two choices. Undecided between two choices. I'm in two minds about quitting my job. I'm in two minds about quitting my job. I can't get my head around it. I can't get my head around it. Meaning, I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Quantum physics, I can't get my head around it. Quantum physics, I can't get my head around it. Gone off, gone off, meaning stopped liking something, stopped liking something. I've gone off coffee lately. I've gone off coffee lately. Keep your hair on, keep your hair on, meaning calm down, calm down. Keep your hair on, it's just a parking ticket. Keep your hair on, it's just a parking ticket. Is doing my head in, is doing my head in, meaning it's really annoying or frustrating. It's really annoying or frustrating. This loud music is doing my head in. This loud music is doing my head in. Play it by ear. Play it by ear, meaning decide what to do as it happens. Decide what to do as it happens. We'll see what the weather's like and play it by ear. We'll see what the weather's like and play it by ear. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, meaning I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want to be misunderstood. Don't get me wrong. He's talented, but he still needs more experience. Don't get me wrong. He's talented, but he still needs more experience. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's not all it's cracked up to be, meaning not as good as expected. Not as good as expected. That new restaurant is not all it's cracked up to be. That new restaurant is not all it's cracked up to be. A face like thunder. A face like thunder, meaning looks very angry. Looks very angry. After the meeting, he had a face like thunder. After the meeting, he had a face like thunder. I can't be doing with that. I can't be doing with that, meaning I have no patience for that. I have no patience for that. I can't be doing with that kind of drama at work every day. I can't be doing with that kind of drama at work every day. Don't give me that. Don't give me that, meaning don't lie or make excuses. Don't lie or make excuses. Don't give me that. You knew exactly what you were doing. Don't give me that. You knew exactly what you were doing. I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him, meaning I think he's capable of doing that. I think he's capable of doing that. He denied it, but I wouldn't put it past him. He denied it, but I wouldn't put it past him. I've had it up to here. I've had it up to here, meaning I've reached my limit of patience. I've reached my limit of patience. I've had it up to here with these delays. I've had it up to here with these delays. That's a bit rich. That's a bit rich, meaning it's hypocritical or ironic for you to say that. It's hypocritical or ironic for you to say that. You're calling me messy. That's a bit rich coming from you. You're calling me messy. That's a bit rich coming from you. bit of a stretch, bit of a stretch, meaning slightly unrealistic or exaggerated, slightly unrealistic or exaggerated. Calling yourself an expert after one lesson is a bit of a stretch. Calling yourself an expert after one lesson is a bit of a stretch. I've got a lot on my plate. I've got a lot on my plate. Meaning, I'm very busy. I'm very busy. Sorry, I can't help. I've got a lot on my plate. Sorry, I can't help. I've got a lot on my plate. Can't make head nor tail of it. Can't make head nor tail of it. Meaning, completely confused. Completely confused. The document is so badly written, I can't make head nor tail of it. The document is so badly written, I can't make head nor tail of it. Not fussed. Not fussed. Meaning, I don't mind either way. I don't mind either way. She was not fussed about which restaurant they chose for dinner. She was not fussed about which restaurant they chose for dinner. Rings a bell. Rings a bell. Meaning, it sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. That name rings a bell, but I can't place it. That name rings a bell, but I can't place it. I'm all over the place today. I'm all over the place today. Meaning, feeling unfocused or disorganized. Feeling unfocused or disorganized. I forgot my keys and my bag. I'm all over the place today. I forgot my keys and my bag. I'm all over the place today. Meaning, any person at all. It doesn't matter who. Usage, often used in questions, negatives, or to talk about a non-specific person. Let's look at 25 useful example sentences with anybody. Read them, practice them, and start using them in real conversations. Is anybody coming to the meeting? Is anybody coming to the meeting? I don't know anybody at this party. I don't know anybody at this party. Can anybody help me with this bag? Can anybody help me with this bag? Anybody can learn English with enough practice. Anybody can learn English with enough practice. I didn't see anybody outside. I didn't see anybody outside. There wasn't anybody in the room. There wasn't anybody in the room. You can ask anybody for directions here. You can ask anybody for directions here. Did anybody call while I was out? Did anybody call while I was out? If anybody needs me, I'll be upstairs. If anybody needs me, I'll be upstairs. Would anybody like some coffee? Would anybody like some coffee? I can't trust anybody these days. I can't trust anybody these days. Anybody who works hard can succeed. Anybody who works hard can succeed. I didn't hear anybody knock. I didn't hear anybody knock. Has anybody seen my phone? Has anybody seen my phone? I couldn't talk to anybody about it. I couldn't talk to anybody about it. Was anybody late to class? Was anybody late to class? You're welcome to invite anybody you like. You're welcome to invite anybody you like. Don't let anybody discourage you. Don't let anybody discourage you. Anybody can make that mistake. Anybody can make that mistake. I don't think anybody knows the answer. I don't think anybody knows the answer. Can anybody explain this rule? Can anybody explain this rule? I haven't met anybody like her. I haven't met anybody like her. Please let me know if anybody cancels. Please let me know if anybody cancels. Did you hear anybody at the door? Did you hear anybody at the door? Anybody with questions can speak now. Anybody with questions can speak now. Meaning: all the people in a group. Usage: used when referring to all people together. Let's look at 25 useful example sentences with everybody. Read them, practice them, and start using them in real conversations. Everybody is waiting for the bus. Everybody is waiting for the bus. Everybody knows his name. Everybody knows his name. I hope everybody had a good time. I hope everybody had a good time. Everybody loves a free sample. Everybody loves a free sample. Can everybody hear me clearly? Can everybody hear me clearly? Everybody was shocked by the news. Everybody was shocked by the news. Everybody should arrive before 6 p.m. Everybody should arrive before 6 p.m. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody needs a break sometimes. Everybody needs a break sometimes. Everybody enjoyed the concert. Everybody enjoyed the concert. Everybody wants to be happy. Everybody wants to be happy. Everybody agreed with the decision. Everybody agreed with the decision. The teacher gave everybody a worksheet. The teacher gave everybody a worksheet. Everybody laughed at the joke. Everybody laughed at the joke. Everybody deserves kindness. Everybody deserves kindness. Everybody was invited to the party. Everybody was invited to the party. Can everybody please be quiet? Can everybody please be quiet? Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody is responsible for cleaning up. Everybody is responsible for cleaning up. Everybody had something to say. Everybody had something to say. I spoke to everybody at the event. I spoke to everybody at the event. Everybody clapped when she finished. Everybody clapped when she finished. Everybody should try their best. Everybody should try their best. Everybody felt tired after the hike. Everybody felt tired after the hike. Everybody wants to be understood. Everybody wants to be understood. Meaning: no person at all. Usage: used to say that 0 people are involved. Let's look at 25 useful example sentences with nobody. Read them, practice them, and start using them in real conversations. Nobody was at the reception desk. Nobody was at the reception desk. I told you nobody saw anything. I told you nobody saw anything. Nobody wants to do the dishes. Nobody wants to do the dishes. Nobody came to the meeting on time. Nobody came to the meeting on time. Nobody called while you were out. Nobody called while you were out. Nobody understands how I feel. Nobody understands how I feel. I knocked, but nobody answered. I knocked, but nobody answered. Nobody knows the full story. Nobody knows the full story. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Nobody can stop us now. Nobody can stop us now. Nobody was listening. Nobody was listening. Nobody offered to help me. Nobody offered to help me. There's nobody here but us. There's nobody here but us. Nobody mentioned the deadline. Nobody mentioned the deadline. Nobody should be left out. Nobody should be left out. Nobody remembered my birthday. Nobody remembered my birthday. Nobody enjoys being ignored. Nobody enjoys being ignored. Nobody had the correct answer. Nobody had the correct answer. Nobody noticed the mistake. Nobody noticed the mistake. Nobody believed his story. Nobody believed his story. Nobody opened the door. Nobody opened the door. Nobody told me about the test. Nobody told me about the test. Nobody can explain this. Nobody can explain this. Nobody expected the result. Nobody expected the result. Nobody wants to miss the show. Nobody wants to miss the show. Meaning: an unknown or unspecified person. Usage. Used when you mean one person, but you're not sure who. Let's look at 25 useful example sentences with somebody. Read them, practice them, and start using them in real conversations. Somebody left their umbrella here. Somebody left their umbrella here. I think somebody is watching us. I think somebody is watching us. Can somebody help me carry this? Can somebody help me carry this? Somebody needs to fix the tap. Somebody needs to fix the tap. I heard somebody at the door. I heard somebody at the door. Somebody stole my lunch. Somebody stole my lunch. Somebody is calling your name. Somebody is calling your name. I'm sure somebody will show up soon. I'm sure somebody will show up soon. Somebody forgot to turn off the lights. Somebody forgot to turn off the lights. Somebody should speak up. Somebody should speak up. There's somebody I want you to meet. There's somebody I want you to meet. Somebody left a message for you. Somebody left a message for you. Somebody has to take responsibility. Somebody has to take responsibility. I wish somebody had warned me. I wish somebody had warned me. Somebody needs to tell the truth. Somebody needs to tell the truth. Somebody is coming up the stairs. Somebody is coming up the stairs. I thought somebody was behind me. I thought somebody was behind me. Somebody knocked but ran away. Somebody knocked but ran away. Somebody always leaves the door open. Somebody always leaves the door open. Somebody is playing loud music upstairs. Somebody is playing loud music upstairs. I need to talk to somebody about this. I need to talk to somebody about this. Somebody brought cake to the office. Somebody brought cake to the office. I hope somebody finds my keys. I hope somebody finds my keys. Somebody laughed, but I don't know who. Somebody laughed, but I don't know who. Can somebody explain what just happened? Can somebody explain what just happened? Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Meaning, accept or admit something. Accept or admit something. I acknowledge the mistake and will fix it. I acknowledge the mistake and will fix it. Appreciate. Appreciate. Meaning, be thankful for something. Be thankful for something. I really appreciate your help today. I really appreciate your help today. Celebrate. Celebrate. Meaning, enjoy a special occasion. Enjoy a special occasion. Let's celebrate your promotion tonight. Let's celebrate your promotion tonight. Communicate. Communicate. Meaning, Share information or ideas. Share information or ideas. We need to communicate more clearly. We need to communicate more clearly. Contribute. Contribute. Meaning, give or add something useful. Give or add something useful. Everyone should contribute to the discussion. Everyone should contribute to the discussion. Demonstrate. Demonstrate. Meaning, show how something works. Show how something works. I'll demonstrate the new features now. I'll demonstrate the new features now. Encourage. Encourage. Meaning, give support or confidence. Give support or confidence. We always encourage students to ask questions. We always encourage students to ask questions. Entertain. Entertain. Meaning, keep someone interested or amused. Keep someone interested or amused. He tries to entertain the guests with jokes. He tries to entertain the guests with jokes. Introduce. Introduce. Meaning, present someone or something. Present someone or something. Let me introduce you to my friend. Let me introduce you to my friend. Investigate. Investigate. Meaning, try to find out the truth. Try to find out the truth. The police will investigate the complaint. The police will investigate the complaint. Participate. Participate. Meaning, take part in something. Take part in something. I plan to participate in the workshop. I plan to participate in the workshop. Recommend. Recommend. Meaning, suggest something as good. Suggest something as good. I recommend this book to everyone. I recommend this book to everyone. Understand. Understand. Meaning, know the meaning or reason. Know the meaning or reason. I understand why you're upset. I understand why you're upset. Negotiate. Negotiate. Meaning, discuss to reach agreement. Discuss to reach agreement. Let's negotiate a better deal. Let's negotiate a better deal. Collaborate. Collaborate. Meaning, work together on something. Work together on something. We often collaborate on new projects. We often collaborate on new projects. Motivate. Motivate. Meaning, make someone want to act. Make someone want to act. Good leaders motivate their teams daily. Good leaders motivate their teams daily. Overestimate. Overestimate. Meaning, guess too high. Guess too high. Don't overestimate your free time. Don't overestimate your free time. Underestimate. Underestimate. Meaning, guess too low. Guess too low. Never underestimate how fast time flies. Never underestimate how fast time flies. Anticipate. Anticipate. Meaning, expect something before it happens. expect something before it happens. We anticipate a large crowd at the event. We anticipate a large crowd at the event. Illustrate. Illustrate, meaning explain with examples or pictures. Explain with examples or pictures. I'll illustrate the point with a story. I'll illustrate the point with a story. Concentrate. Concentrate, meaning focus attention. Focus attention. Try to concentrate while studying. Try to concentrate while studying. Facilitate. Facilitate, meaning make something easier. Make something easier. My role is to facilitate the discussion. My role is to facilitate the discussion. Generate. Generate, meaning produce or create. Produce or create. This machine can generate electricity. This machine can generate electricity. Incorporate. Incorporate, meaning include or add something in. Include or add something in. Please incorporate their feedback into the plan. Please incorporate their feedback into the plan. Manipulate. Manipulate, meaning control in a clever way. Control in a clever way. Some people manipulate others for gain. Some people manipulate others for gain. Apprehend. Apprehend, meaning catch or arrest. Catch or arrest. The police will apprehend the suspect soon. The police will apprehend the suspect soon. Authenticate. Authenticate, meaning prove something is real. Prove something is real. Can you authenticate this signature? Can you authenticate this signature? Compensate. Compensate, meaning give something in return. Give something in return. We'll compensate you for your time. We'll compensate you for your time. Coordinate. Coordinate, meaning organize people or tasks. Organize people or tasks. I'll coordinate the team's schedule. I'll coordinate the team's schedule. Decorate. Decorate, meaning make something look nice. Make something look nice. Let's decorate the house for the party. Let's decorate the house for the party. Eliminate. Eliminate, meaning remove completely. Remove completely. We need to eliminate all distractions. We need to eliminate all distractions. Evaporate. Evaporate, meaning turn into vapor. Turn into vapor. Water will evaporate under the sun. Water will evaporate under the sun. Frustrate. Frustrate, meaning make someone feel annoyed. Make someone feel annoyed. Don't frustrate people with unclear answers. Don't frustrate people with unclear answers. Infiltrate. Infiltrate, meaning enter secretly. Enter secretly. They plan to infiltrate the group. They plan to infiltrate the group. Interfere. Interfere, meaning get involved without being wanted. Get involved without being wanted. Don't interfere in their argument. Don't interfere in their argument. Irritate. Irritate, meaning make someone annoyed. Make someone annoyed. Loud noises irritate me easily. Loud noises irritate me easily. Calculate. Calculate, meaning to work out something using numbers. To work out something using numbers. I'll calculate the total cost for you. I'll calculate the total cost for you. Originate. Originate, meaning come from a place or source. Come from a place or source. These words originate from Latin. These words originate from Latin. Persecute. Persecute, meaning treat someone unfairly. Treat someone unfairly. They persecute people for their beliefs. They persecute people for their beliefs. Regenerate. Regenerate, meaning grow back or renew. Grow back or renew. Muscles regenerate after proper rest. Muscles regenerate after proper rest. Stimulate. Stimulate, meaning make more active. Make more active. Good music can stimulate creativity. Good music can stimulate creativity. Terminate. Terminate, meaning end something. End something. We may terminate the agreement early. We may terminate the agreement early. Vaccinate. Vaccinate, meaning give a vaccine. Give a vaccine. They vaccinate children at the clinic. They vaccinate children at the clinic. Reevaluate. Reevaluate, meaning think again about something. Think again about something. We need to reevaluate our plan. We need to reevaluate our plan. Accumulate. Accumulate, meaning gather or collect over time. Gather or collect over time. Dust will accumulate if you don't clean. Dust will accumulate if you don't clean. Accelerate. Accelerate, meaning speed up. Speed up. This car can accelerate quickly. This car can accelerate quickly. Articulate. Articulate, meaning express clearly. Express clearly. She can articulate her thoughts well. She can articulate her thoughts well. Consolidate. Consolidate, meaning to combine or strengthen. To combine or strengthen. We should consolidate our ideas before presenting. We should consolidate our ideas before presenting. Contemplate. Contemplate, meaning think deeply. Think deeply. I need time to contemplate my options. I need time to contemplate my options. Designate. Designate, meaning officially choose. Officially choose. They will designate a new leader. They will designate a new leader. Dominate. Dominate, meaning control or lead. Control or lead. Big companies often dominate the market. Big companies often dominate the market. Elaborate. elaborate, meaning explain in detail. Explain in detail. Please elaborate on your suggestion. Please elaborate on your suggestion. Exaggerate, exaggerate, meaning make something seem bigger or worse. Make something seem bigger or worse. Don't exaggerate the problem. Don't exaggerate the problem. Formulate, formulate, meaning create or plan. Create or plan. We need to formulate a new strategy. We need to formulate a new strategy. Gravitate, gravitate, meaning move towards something naturally. Move towards something naturally. People often gravitate towards confidence. People often gravitate towards confidence. Imitate, imitate, meaning copy someone or something. Copy someone or something. Kids often imitate their parents. Kids often imitate their parents. Meditate, meditate, meaning focus or reflect deeply. Focus or reflect deeply. I meditate every morning before work. I meditate every morning before work. Obligate, obligate, meaning require or force legally, morally. Require or force legally, morally. The contract will obligate you to pay. The contract will obligate you to pay. Penetrate, penetrate, meaning go into or through. Go into or through. Light can't penetrate thick fog. Light can't penetrate thick fog. Rejuvenate, rejuvenate, meaning make young or fresh again. Make young or fresh again. A short nap can rejuvenate your mind. A short nap can rejuvenate your mind. Relocate, relocate, meaning move to a new place. Move to a new place. We might relocate to another city. We might relocate to another city. Replicate, replicate, meaning copy exactly. Copy exactly. They try to replicate the results. They try to replicate the results. Reinforce, reinforce, meaning make something stronger. Make something stronger. Good examples reinforce the lesson. Good examples reinforce the lesson. Speculate, speculate, meaning guess without full facts. Guess without full facts. Don't speculate until you know the truth. Don't speculate until you know the truth. Substitute, substitute, meaning replace one thing with another. Replace one thing with another. You can substitute rice for pasta. You can substitute rice for pasta. Undermine, undermine, meaning to weaken something secretly or gradually. To weaken something secretly or gradually. Don't undermine her confidence with negative comments. Don't undermine her confidence with negative comments. Tolerate, tolerate, meaning accept without complaint. Accept without complaint. I won't tolerate bad behaviour. I won't tolerate bad behaviour. Translate, translate, meaning change into another language. change into another language. Can you translate this into Spanish? Can you translate this into Spanish? Validate. Validate. Meaning, confirm something is correct. Confirm something is correct. Please validate the parking ticket. Please validate the parking ticket. Accentuate. Accentuate. Meaning, make more noticeable. Make more noticeable. The lighting will accentuate her features. The lighting will accentuate her features. Complicate. Complicate. Meaning, make more difficult. Make more difficult. Don't complicate the process. Don't complicate the process. Transcribe. Transcribe. Meaning, to write down spoken words. To write down spoken words. I need to transcribe the meeting notes. I need to transcribe the meeting notes. Fabricate. Fabricate. Meaning, invent or make up. Often false. Invent or make up. Often false. He tried to fabricate an excuse. He tried to fabricate an excuse. Integrate. Integrate. Meaning, combine parts into a whole. Combine parts into a whole. We need to integrate new ideas. We need to integrate new ideas. Overcome. Overcome. Meaning, to succeed in dealing with a problem. To succeed in dealing with a problem. You can overcome any challenge with persistence. You can overcome any challenge with persistence. I'm being careful not to wake the baby. I'm being careful not to wake the baby. I'm being honest because you deserve the truth. I'm being honest because you deserve the truth. I'm being extra quiet so I don't disturb anyone. I'm being extra quiet so I don't disturb anyone. I'm being patient even though it's taking forever. I'm being patient even though it's taking forever. I'm being silly because I need a good laugh today. I'm being silly because I need a good laugh today. I'm being cautious because this could go wrong. I'm being cautious because this could go wrong. I'm being polite, but I really don't agree. I'm being polite, but I really don't agree. I'm being responsible with my spending this month. I'm being responsible with my spending this month. I'm being supportive even if I don't fully understand. I'm being supportive even if I don't fully understand. I'm being flexible with the schedule to help out. I'm being flexible with the schedule to help out. I'm being realistic about what we can achieve. I'm being realistic about what we can achieve. I'm being generous because it's the right thing to do. I'm being generous because it's the right thing to do. I'm being dramatic, but it really does feel awful. I'm being dramatic, but it really does feel awful. I'm being mindful of how I speak to her. I'm being mindful of how I speak to her. I'm being firm with the kids about bedtime. I'm being firm with the kids about bedtime. I'm being unfair, and I realise that now. I'm being unfair, and I realise that now. I'm being hopeful, even though the chances are low. I'm being hopeful, even though the chances are low. I'm being nosy, but I can't help asking. I'm being nosy, but I can't help asking. I'm being modest, but it really was a team effort. I'm being modest, but it really was a team effort. I'm being consistent so I can build better habits. I'm being consistent so I can build better habits. I'm being optimistic because I want to stay positive. I'm being optimistic because I want to stay positive. I'm being upfront with you so there's no confusion. I'm being upfront with you so there's no confusion. I'm being defensive and I shouldn't be. I'm being defensive and I shouldn't be. I'm being rude and I don't mean to be. I'm being rude and I don't mean to be. I'm being serious. This is really important. I'm being serious. This is really important. I'm being too hard on myself lately. I'm being too hard on myself lately. I'm being quiet because I'm thinking things through. I'm being quiet because I'm thinking things through. I'm being proactive to avoid future problems. I'm being proactive to avoid future problems. I'm being creative with dinner using only leftovers. I'm being creative with dinner using only leftovers. I'm being distant and I think I know why. I'm being distant and I think I know why. I'm being selfish and I need to stop. I'm being selfish and I need to stop. I'm being careful not to overpromise again. I'm being careful not to overpromise again. I'm being honest when I say I'm tired. I'm being honest when I say I'm tired. I'm being awkward because I don't know what to say. I'm being awkward because I don't know what to say. I'm being judged for something I didn't do. I'm being judged for something I didn't do. I'm being lazy today and I'm okay with that. I'm being lazy today and I'm okay with that. I'm being harsh, but it's for your own good. I'm being harsh, but it's for your own good. I'm being overlooked and it's frustrating. I'm being overlooked and it's frustrating. I'm being extra helpful because I want to impress them. I'm being extra helpful because I want to impress them. I'm being questioned about every little decision I make. I'm being questioned about every little decision I make. I'm going to make a fresh cup of tea. Want one? I'm going to make a fresh cup of tea. Want one? I'm going shopping later if you need anything. I'm going shopping later if you need anything. I'm going to bed early tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed early tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to call my mum after dinner. I'm going to call my mum after dinner. I'm going to try a new recipe this weekend. I'm going to try a new recipe this weekend. I'm going out for a walk to clear my head. I'm going out for a walk to clear my head. I'm going to speak to him about it tomorrow. I'm going to speak to him about it tomorrow. I'm going to stay calm no matter what happens. I'm going to stay calm no matter what happens. I'm going to book the tickets before they sell out. I'm going to book the tickets before they sell out. I'm going to start reading that book you recommended. I'm going to start reading that book you recommended. I'm going through some old photos this evening. I'm going through some old photos this evening. I'm going to the dentist later and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to the dentist later and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to tidy up the living room in a minute. I'm going to tidy up the living room in a minute. I'm going to keep working until it's finished. I'm going to keep working until it's finished. I'm going offline for a while to focus. I'm going offline for a while to focus. I'm going to write a list so I don't forget anything. I'm going to write a list so I don't forget anything. I'm going to visit my grandparents this weekend. I'm going to visit my grandparents this weekend. I'm going to wear something warmer. It's freezing outside. I'm going to wear something warmer. It's freezing outside. I'm going to fix that leaking tap tomorrow. I'm going to fix that leaking tap tomorrow. I'm going to help her move house next week. I'm going to help her move house next week. I'm going to grab a bite before the meeting. I'm going to grab a bite before the meeting. I'm going out with some friends tonight. I'm going out with some friends tonight. I'm going to start exercising regularly this month. I'm going to start exercising regularly this month. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to take a break and get some fresh air. I'm going to take a break and get some fresh air. I'm going to focus on myself for a while. I'm going to focus on myself for a while. I'm going to apply for that job we talked about. I'm going to apply for that job we talked about. I'm going to clean out the fridge today. I'm going to clean out the fridge today. I'm going to bake a cake for her birthday. I'm going to bake a cake for her birthday. I'm going to watch a documentary later. I'm going to watch a documentary later. I'm going to cancel that subscription I never use. I'm going to cancel that subscription I never use. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the idea. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the idea. I'm going to join that online course you mentioned. I'm going to join that online course you mentioned. I'm going to leave early to avoid the traffic. I'm going to leave early to avoid the traffic. I'm going to double check everything before we go. I'm going to double check everything before we go. I'm going to ask for help this time. I'm going to ask for help this time. I'm going to try not to overthink it. I'm going to try not to overthink it. I'm going to treat myself to something nice. I'm going to treat myself to something nice. I'm going to water the plants before we leave. I'm going to water the plants before we leave. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this holiday. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this holiday. I'm putting my shoes by the door so I don't forget them. I'm putting my shoes by the door so I don't forget them. I'm putting the kettle on if you want a cup of tea. I'm putting the kettle on if you want a cup of tea. I'm putting my phone on silent during the meeting. I'm putting my phone on silent during the meeting. I'm putting the groceries away before they melt. I'm putting the groceries away before they melt. I'm putting on a jacket because it's getting cold. I'm putting on a jacket because it's getting cold. I'm putting together a playlist for the road trip. I'm putting together a playlist for the road trip. I'm putting your name down for the team quiz. I'm putting your name down for the team quiz. I'm putting some money aside for holiday savings. I'm putting some money aside for holiday savings. I'm putting the kids to bed early tonight. I'm putting the kids to bed early tonight. I'm putting the bins out before it gets dark. I'm putting the bins out before it gets dark. I'm putting the finishing touches on my presentation. I'm putting the finishing touches on my presentation. I'm putting a reminder in my phone now. I'm putting a reminder in my phone now. I'm putting a lot of effort into this project. I'm putting a lot of effort into this project. I'm putting the cake in the oven right now. I'm putting the cake in the oven right now. I'm putting you on speaker so everyone can hear. I'm putting you on speaker so everyone can hear. I'm putting a blanket over the sofa to protect it. I'm putting a blanket over the sofa to protect it. I'm putting off my workout until later. I'm putting off my workout until later. I'm putting this book back on the shelf. I'm putting this book back on the shelf. I'm putting a note on the fridge for you. I'm putting a note on the fridge for you. I'm putting the cat in the carrier for the vet. I'm putting the cat in the carrier for the vet. I'm putting some extra pillows on the bed. I'm putting some extra pillows on the bed. I'm putting the pasta on to boil. I'm putting the pasta on to boil. I'm putting in extra hours this week to catch up. I'm putting in extra hours this week to catch up. I'm putting this box in storage for now. I'm putting this box in storage for now. I'm putting your birthday in my calendar. I'm putting your birthday in my calendar. I'm putting together a care package for my friend. I'm putting together a care package for my friend. I'm putting all my energy into learning English. I'm putting all my energy into learning English. I'm putting on some music to help me concentrate. I'm putting on some music to help me concentrate. I'm putting everything back where it belongs. I'm putting everything back where it belongs. I'm putting my trust in you to handle it. I'm putting my trust in you to handle it. I'm putting the final coat of paint on the wall. I'm putting the final coat of paint on the wall. I'm putting the tent up before it starts raining. I'm putting the tent up before it starts raining. I'm putting your call through to the manager. I'm putting your call through to the manager. I'm putting this on hold until I get more details. I'm putting this on hold until I get more details. I'm putting down a towel so the floor stays dry. I'm putting down a towel so the floor stays dry. I'm putting together a quick meal from leftovers. I'm putting together a quick meal from leftovers. I'm putting the washing out while it's sunny. I'm putting the washing out while it's sunny. I'm putting this situation behind me and moving on. I'm putting this situation behind me and moving on. I'm putting my thoughts into a journal each night. I'm putting my thoughts into a journal each night. I'm putting your ideas into the final design now. I'm putting your ideas into the final design now. I'm taking the dog for a walk before it gets dark. I'm taking the dog for a walk before it gets dark. I'm taking a break to grab some fresh air. I'm taking a break to grab some fresh air. I'm taking this opportunity to learn something new. I'm taking this opportunity to learn something new. I'm taking the day off tomorrow to rest. I'm taking the day off tomorrow to rest. I'm taking things one step at a time. I'm taking things one step at a time. I'm taking the train instead of driving today. I'm taking the train instead of driving today. I'm taking notes during the meeting so I don't forget anything. I'm taking notes during the meeting so I don't forget anything. I'm taking some snacks with me in case I get hungry. I'm taking some snacks with me in case I get hungry. I'm taking an online course to improve my writing skills. I'm taking an online course to improve my writing skills. I'm taking her advice seriously this time. I'm taking her advice seriously this time. I'm taking my time because I don't want to rush it. I'm taking my time because I don't want to rush it. I'm taking the kids to the park this afternoon. I'm taking the kids to the park this afternoon. I'm taking a different route to avoid the traffic. I'm taking a different route to avoid the traffic. I'm taking this job offer very seriously. I'm taking this job offer very seriously. I'm taking medication for my allergies at the moment. I'm taking medication for my allergies at the moment. I'm taking my lunch outside since the weather's nice. I'm taking my lunch outside since the weather's nice. I'm taking the chance to relax while I can. I'm taking the chance to relax while I can. I'm taking on more responsibility at work lately. I'm taking on more responsibility at work lately. I'm taking a photo of this view. It's stunning. I'm taking a photo of this view. It's stunning. I'm taking your feedback into consideration. I'm taking your feedback into consideration. I'm taking the bins out before the lorry comes. I'm taking the bins out before the lorry comes. I'm taking care of everything while she's away. I'm taking care of everything while she's away. I'm taking the stairs instead of the lift. I'm taking the stairs instead of the lift. I'm taking it as a sign to slow down. I'm taking it as a sign to slow down. I'm taking part in a local community event. I'm taking part in a local community event. I'm taking a few days off to visit my family. I'm taking a few days off to visit my family. I'm taking this call outside so I can hear better. I'm taking this call outside so I can hear better. I'm taking the opportunity to thank everyone personally. I'm taking the opportunity to thank everyone personally. I'm taking deep breaths to stay calm. I'm taking deep breaths to stay calm. I'm taking the blame even though it wasn't all my fault. I'm taking the blame even though it wasn't all my fault. I'm taking action to solve the problem as soon as possible. I'm taking action to solve the problem as soon as possible. I'm taking my camera with me in case we see wildlife. I'm taking my camera with me in case we see wildlife. I'm taking a sandwich in case I get hungry later. I'm taking a sandwich in case I get hungry later. I'm taking full responsibility for what happened. I'm taking full responsibility for what happened. I'm taking the morning off for a doctor's appointment. I'm taking the morning off for a doctor's appointment. I'm taking a lot of photos during this trip. I'm taking a lot of photos during this trip. I'm taking my time choosing the right words. I'm taking my time choosing the right words. I'm taking you seriously I promise. I'm taking you seriously, I promise. I'm taking extra precautions this time around. I'm taking extra precautions this time around. I'm taking a moment to appreciate how far I've come. I'm taking a moment to appreciate how far I've come. I have one brother and two sisters. I have one brother and two sisters. My mum works in a hospital. My mum works in a hospital. My dad loves gardening at the weekend. My dad loves gardening at the weekend. My sister is younger than me. My sister is younger than me. My brother always makes me laugh. My brother always makes me laugh. We're a very close family. We're a very close family. I live with my parents and grandparents. I live with my parents and grandparents. My dad is strict but fair. My dad is strict but fair. My mum gives the best advice. My mum gives the best advice. My parents support me in everything I do. My parents support me in everything I do. I get on really well with my brother. I get on really well with my brother. We always eat dinner together as a family. We always eat dinner together as a family. My younger sister is still at school. My younger sister is still at school. My brother and I argue sometimes, but we always make up. My brother and I argue sometimes, but we always make up. I look like my mum, but I have my dad's eyes. I look like my mum, but I have my dad's eyes. My dad cooks on Sundays. It's his thing. My dad cooks on Sundays. It's his thing. My mum's side of the family lives in the north. My mum's side of the family lives in the north. My brother is studying at university. My brother is studying at university. I love spending time with my family. I love spending time with my family. We always celebrate birthdays together. We always celebrate birthdays together. I have lots of cousins. I have lots of cousins. My uncle lives abroad. My uncle lives abroad. I visit my grandparents every weekend. I visit my grandparents every weekend. My aunt is really good at baking. My aunt is really good at baking. We have big family gatherings during holidays. We have big family gatherings during holidays. My cousins and I grew up together. My cousins and I grew up together. My grandma tells great stories. My grandma tells great stories. My granddad used to be a teacher. My granddad used to be a teacher. I have relatives in different parts of the world. I have relatives in different parts of the world. We have a family WhatsApp group. We have a family WhatsApp group. I don't see my extended family very often. I don't see my extended family very often. My cousin just got married. My cousin just got married. My uncle is the funny one in the family. My uncle is the funny one in the family. I call my grandmother Nana. I call my grandmother Nana. My aunt always gives thoughtful gifts. My aunt always gives thoughtful gifts. I'm very close to my sister. I'm very close to my sister. My parents are divorced. My parents are divorced. I see my dad every other weekend. I see my dad every other weekend. I argue with my brother sometimes. I argue with my brother sometimes. I'm the oldest in the family. I'm the oldest in the family. My cousin is like a sister to me. My cousin is like a sister to me. I look up to my father. I look up to my father. I admire my mother's strength. I admire my mother's strength. My family means everything to me. My family means everything to me. We don't always agree, but we support each other. We don't always agree, but we support each other. I help my mum with the shopping. I help my mum with the shopping. My dad and I share the same sense of humour. My dad and I share the same sense of humour. My brother and I used to fight, but now we're best friends. My brother and I used to fight, but now we're best friends. My parents are always there for me. My parents are always there for me. We talk things through as a family. We talk things through as a family. We eat breakfast together every morning. We eat breakfast together every morning. I help my dad with DIY at home. I help my dad with DIY at home. My mum and I go shopping every Saturday. My mum and I go shopping every Saturday. We take turns cooking dinner. We take turns cooking dinner. My sister and I share a bedroom. My sister and I share a bedroom. We always watch a film on Friday nights. We always watch a film on Friday nights. My dad drops me off at school. My dad drops me off at school. We play board games as a family. We play board games as a family. My brother hogs the bathroom every morning. My brother hogs the bathroom every morning. My parents like to go for evening walks. My parents like to go for evening walks. We usually go on holiday once a year. We usually go on holiday once a year. My grandma lives with us. My grandma lives with us. I walk the dog with my brother. I walk the dog with my brother. We do the housework together at the weekend. We do the housework together at the weekend. My mum is an early riser. My mum is an early riser. My dad is always fixing something around the house. My dad is always fixing something around the house. We all have different schedules, but we try to eat together. We all have different schedules, but we try to eat together. My sister sings in the shower, loudly. My sister sings in the shower, loudly. I do my homework at the kitchen table. I do my homework at the kitchen table. Sundays are always family days. Sundays are always family days. I have a small group of close friends. I have a small group of close friends. My best friend and I have known each other for years. My best friend and I have known each other for years. We met at school. We met at school. I trust my friends completely. I trust my friends completely. We share the same interests. We share the same interests. I can always count on my friends. I can always count on my friends. We talk every day. We talk every day. I feel comfortable being myself around them. I feel comfortable being myself around them. We laugh a lot when we're together. We laugh a lot when we're together. My best friend is like a brother to me. My best friend is like a brother to me. We go out for coffee every weekend. We go out for coffee every weekend. My friends support me when I'm feeling low. My friends support me when I'm feeling low. We've been through a lot together. We've been through a lot together. I don't need many friends, just good ones. I don't need many friends, just good ones. I'm lucky to have such amazing friends. I'm lucky to have such amazing friends. I met some new people at the event. I met some new people at the event. It's hard to make friends in a new city. It's hard to make friends in a new city. I started talking to someone in my class. I started talking to someone in my class. I joined a club to meet new people. I joined a club to meet new people. We got along instantly. We got along instantly. I added them on social media. I added them on social media. I try to be friendly and open. I try to be friendly and open. It takes time to build trust. It takes time to build trust. I'm always happy to meet someone new. I'm always happy to meet someone new. A smile is the best way to start a friendship. A smile is the best way to start a friendship. We've been friends since childhood. We've been friends since childhood. We talk about everything. We talk about everything. We have the same sense of humour. We have the same sense of humour. She always listens without judging. She always listens without judging. He's the friend who tells it like it is. He's the friend who tells it like it is. We never run out of things to say. We never run out of things to say. We've never had a serious argument. We've never had a serious argument. We support each other's goals. We support each other's goals. She's the one I call when I'm upset. She's the one I call when I'm upset. He's like a brother from another mother. He's like a brother from another mother. We always have each other's backs. We always have each other's backs. We make each other better. We make each other better. We're complete opposites, but it works. We're complete opposites, but it works. She's the most loyal friend I've ever had. She's the most loyal friend I've ever had. I know I can rely on him no matter what. I know I can rely on him no matter what. We went to the cinema last night. We went to the cinema last night. I had a sleepover at my friend's house. I had a sleepover at my friend's house. We played video games all afternoon. We played video games all afternoon. We explored the city together. We explored the city together. We love trying new restaurants. We love trying new restaurants. We took silly photos together. We took silly photos together. We danced all night at the party. We danced all night at the party. We go hiking on weekends. We go hiking on weekends. We spent the whole day laughing. We spent the whole day laughing. We made a funny video together. We made a funny video together. We had a disagreement, but we talked it out. We had a disagreement, but we talked it out. I apologized and things got better. I apologized and things got better. Friends argue sometimes. It's normal. Friends argue sometimes. It's normal. We didn't speak for a while, but we made up. We didn't speak for a while, but we made up. I was hurt, but I forgave her. I was hurt, but I forgave her. He admitted he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong. I should have listened more. I should have listened more. We both said things we didn't mean. We both said things we didn't mean. We agreed to move on. We agreed to move on. Our friendship is stronger now. Our friendship is stronger now. My family is my biggest support system. My family is my biggest support system. I've known my best friend since we were toddlers. I've known my best friend since we were toddlers. My cousin always has my back. My cousin always has my back. We grew up playing in the same street. We grew up playing in the same street. I call my best friend when I need a laugh. I call my best friend when I need a laugh. We went on a family camping trip last year. We went on a family camping trip last year. My aunt taught me how to bake cookies. My aunt taught me how to bake cookies. My uncle used to drive me to school. My uncle used to drive me to school. I consider my friend part of the family. I consider my friend part of the family. We talk on video call every week. We talk on video call every week. My dad taught me how to ride a bike. My dad taught me how to ride a bike. We always joke about old times. We always joke about old times. I feel safe around my family. I feel safe around my family. I invited my friend over for dinner. I invited my friend over for dinner. We had a family photo day last month. We had a family photo day last month. I cried when my friend moved away. I cried when my friend moved away. My granddad tells the best jokes. My granddad tells the best jokes. I helped my friend move house. I helped my friend move house. We visited our relatives over the summer. We visited our relatives over the summer. My mum tells me stories from her childhood. My mum tells me stories from her childhood. Call back. Call back. Meaning, return a phone call. Return a phone call. I'll call back after the meeting. I'll call back after the meeting. Pick up. Pick up. Meaning, answer the phone. Answer the phone. Please pick up when I call you. Please pick up when I call you. Hang up. Hang up. Meaning, end a call suddenly. End a call suddenly. Don't hang up on me again. Don't hang up on me again. Break up. Break up. Meaning, have poor connection. Have poor connection. You always break up when you move upstairs. You always break up when you move upstairs. Put through. Put through. Meaning, connect someone by phone. Connect someone by phone. They refuse to put through sales calls during lunch hours. They refuse to put through sales calls during lunch hours. Hold on. Hold on. Meaning, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Hold on. I'll check for you. Hold on. I'll check for you. Cut off. Cut off. Meaning, get disconnected. Get disconnected. We always cut off when I drive through the tunnel. We always cut off when I drive through the tunnel. Get through. Get through. Meaning, make contact by phone. Make contact by phone. I never get through when I call their number. I never get through when I call their number. Speak up. Speak up. Meaning, talk louder. Talk louder. Can you speak up? I can't hear you properly. Can you speak up? I can't hear you properly. Dial in. Dial in. Meaning, connect to a call, meeting. Connect to a call, meeting. You can dial in using the Zoom link. You can dial in using the Zoom link. Check in. Check in. Meaning, make contact to update or confirm. Make contact to update or confirm. I just want to check in about the delivery. I just want to check in about the delivery. Cut in. Cut in. Meaning, interrupt a conversation. Interrupt a conversation. Please don't cut in while I'm speaking. Please don't cut in while I'm speaking. Ring up. Ring up. Meaning, call someone. Call someone. I always ring up my dad on Sundays. I always ring up my dad on Sundays. Call off. Call off. Meaning, cancel a planned call or event. Cancel a planned call or event. Let's call off the meeting until tomorrow. Let's call off the meeting until tomorrow. Put on. Put on. Meaning, give the phone to someone else. Give the phone to someone else. Can you put on your brother for a second? Can you put on your brother for a second? Pass on. Pass on. Meaning, relay a message. Relay a message. Please pass on my number to her. Please pass on my number to her. Listen in. Listen in. Meaning, secretly hear a conversation. Secretly hear a conversation. Don't listen in on my calls. Don't listen in on my calls. Talk over. Talk over. Meaning, discuss a problem. Discuss a problem. Let's talk over the idea later tonight. Let's talk over the idea later tonight. Call up. Call up. Meaning, phone someone. Phone someone. I need to call up my university tutor. I need to call up my university tutor. Phone in. Phone in. Meaning, contact a show office by phone. Contact a show office by phone. You can phone in your complaint if you like. You can phone in your complaint if you like. Speak to. Speak to. Meaning, talk with someone. Talk with someone. I want to speak to the owner directly. I want to speak to the owner directly. Talk to. Talk to. Meaning, have a conversation. Have a conversation. I always talk to my best friend at night. I always talk to my best friend at night. Follow up. Follow up. Meaning, make contact after something. Make contact after something. I'll follow up after the interview tomorrow. I'll follow up after the interview tomorrow. Call around. Call around. Meaning, contact several people. Contact several people. I need to call around for some quotes. I need to call around for some quotes. Drop in on. Drop in on. Meaning, make an unexpected call or visit. Make an unexpected call or visit. Can I drop in on you later for a quick chat? Can I drop in on you later for a quick chat? Check out. Check out. Meaning, look into something. Look into something. I'll check out the new number and call back. I'll check out the new number and call back. Switch off. Switch off. Meaning, end a call or stop listening. End a call or stop listening. I always switch off during long calls. I always switch off during long calls. Look up. Look up. Meaning, search for a number or detail. Search for a number or detail. Can you look up their number online? Can you look up their number online? Cut out. Cut out. Meaning, stop working suddenly. Signal. Stop working suddenly. Signal. If you hear me cut out, just wait a few seconds. If you hear me cut out, just wait a few seconds. Log on. Log on. Meaning, access a call digitally. Access a call digitally. Please log on 5 minutes early. Please log on 5 minutes early. Back up. Back up. Meaning, support a statement. Support a statement. Can you back up what you said on the call? Can you back up what you said on the call? Talk down. Talk down. Meaning, speak in a patronizing way. Speak in a patronizing way. Don't talk down to me during meetings. Don't talk down to me during meetings. Wrap up. Wrap up. Meaning, finish a call or discussion. Finish a call or discussion. Let's wrap up before the hour ends. Let's wrap up before the hour ends. Spell out. Spell out. Meaning, explain clearly. Explain clearly. Can you spell out your email for me? Can you spell out your email for me? Fill in. Fill in. Meaning, provide missing details. Provide missing details. I'll fill in the background before the call. I'll fill in the background before the call. Go over. Go over. Meaning, review details again. Review details again. Let's go over the numbers on the phone. Let's go over the numbers on the phone. Run through. Run through. Meaning, quickly explain. Quickly explain. Can we run through the plan together? Can we run through the plan together? Break in. Break in. Meaning, interrupt suddenly. Interrupt suddenly. Sorry to break in, but there's an issue. Sorry to break in, but there's an issue. Talk back. Talk back. Meaning, reply rudely. reply rudely. Don't talk back when someone's speaking to you. Don't talk back when someone's speaking to you. Set up. Set up. Meaning, arrange a call or meeting. Arrange a call or meeting. Let's set up a call for tomorrow morning. Let's set up a call for tomorrow morning. Clear up. Clear up. Meaning, resolve confusion. Resolve confusion. I want to clear up what I meant on the call. I want to clear up what I meant on the call. Chime in. Chime in. Meaning, add your opinion during a call. Add your opinion during a call. Feel free to chime in if you have ideas. Feel free to chime in if you have ideas. Reach out. Reach out. Meaning, make contact. Make contact. You can reach out to me anytime. You can reach out to me anytime. Check back. Check back. Meaning, return to confirm. Return to confirm. I'll check back with you in 2 hours. I'll check back with you in 2 hours. Sign off. Sign off. Meaning, end a message or call formally. End a message or call formally. I'll sign off here. Thanks for your time. I'll sign off here. Thanks for your time. Look into. Look into. Meaning, investigate something. Investigate something. I'll look into it and let you know. I'll look into it and let you know. Bring up. Bring up. Meaning, start talking about a topic. Start talking about a topic. Can you bring up the budget during the call? Can you bring up the budget during the call? Read back. Read back. Meaning, repeat information aloud. Repeat information aloud. Can you read back the address for me? Can you read back the address for me? Note down. Note down. Meaning, write information while listening. Write information while listening. Please note down the code I give you. Please note down the code I give you. Carry on. Carry on. Meaning, continue speaking after a pause. Continue speaking after a pause. Let's carry on with the discussion after the break. Let's carry on with the discussion after the break. Help. Pitch in. If we all pitch in, we can finish the project by lunch. If we all pitch in, we can finish the project by lunch. Arrive. Show up. They expect everyone to show up on time. They expect everyone to show up on time. Wait. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'll be right there. Hold on a second. I'll be right there. Cancel. Call off. We had to call off the event due to rain. We had to call off the event due to rain. Continue. Carry on. We should carry on with the plan despite the setback. We should carry on with the plan despite the setback. Leave. Head off. I'm going to head off now. See you tomorrow. I'm going to head off now. See you tomorrow. Search. Look for. I plan to look for something better soon. I plan to look for something better soon. Improve. Brush up on. I need to brush up on my Spanish before the trip. I need to brush up on my Spanish before the trip. Understand. Figure out. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. Reject. Turn down. I don't want to turn down such a great opportunity. I don't want to turn down such a great opportunity. Tolerate. Put up with. I can't put up with that noise any longer. I can't put up with that noise any longer. Start. Kick off. They plan to kick off the event with a live performance. They plan to kick off the event with a live performance. Delay. Hold up. Something might hold up the delivery if the weather gets worse. Something might hold up the delivery if the weather gets worse. Distribute. Hand out. They usually hand out flyers at the entrance of the shop. They usually hand out flyers at the entrance of the shop. Examine. Go over. Let's go over your answers together. Let's go over your answers together. Manage. Deal with. She knows how to deal with difficult clients. She knows how to deal with difficult clients. Remove. Take off. I usually take off my shoes when I enter the house. I usually take off my shoes when I enter the house. Escape. Get away. They managed to get away for the weekend. They managed to get away for the weekend. Explain. Spell out. Can you spell out what you mean by that? Can you spell out what you mean by that? Return. Give back. Don't forget to give back the book. Don't forget to give back the book. Invent. Come up with. We need to come up with a better solution before the meeting. We need to come up with a better solution before the meeting. Prepare. Gear up. We have to gear up for the big presentation next week. We have to gear up for the big presentation next week. Quit. Give up. He doesn't want to give up even when things get tough. He doesn't want to give up even when things get tough. Increase, go up. Prices tend to go up around the holidays. Prices tend to go up around the holidays. Reduce, cut down on. I'm trying to cut down on sugar. I'm trying to cut down on sugar. Discover, find out. I need to find out who's responsible before making a decision. I need to find out who's responsible before making a decision. Recover, get over. It took him weeks to get over the flu. It took him weeks to get over the flu. End, wrap up. Let's wrap up the meeting early today. Let's wrap up the meeting early today. Reply, get back to. I'll get back to you by tomorrow. I'll get back to you by tomorrow. Clean, wipe down. Please wipe down the table after lunch. Please wipe down the table after lunch. Think, dwell on. Don't dwell on your mistakes. Don't dwell on your mistakes. Hide, cover up. He tried to cover up the error. He tried to cover up the error. Solve, work out. Can we work out a solution together? Can we work out a solution together? Write, jot down. Jot down your ideas before you forget. Jot down your ideas before you forget. Interrupt, cut in. Don't cut in while someone's speaking. Don't cut in while someone's speaking. Test, try out. I want to try out this recipe tonight. I want to try out this recipe tonight. Focus, zero in on. Let's zero in on the key issue. Let's zero in on the key issue. Collect, pick up. Can you pick up the groceries later? Can you pick up the groceries later? Endure, stick with. Just stick with it. You're nearly there. Just stick with it. You're nearly there. Contact, reach out. I'll reach out to them this afternoon. I'll reach out to them this afternoon. Stay, hang around. You don't need to hang around here. You don't need to hang around here. Relax, wind down. I need to wind down after that meeting. I need to wind down after that meeting. Visit, pop in. Feel free to pop in anytime. Feel free to pop in anytime. Admire, look up to. Many kids look up to athletes and actors. Many kids look up to athletes and actors. Confess, own up. You should own up to your mistake. You should own up to your mistake. Annoy. Wind up. Don't wind up your sister like that. Don't wind up your sister like that. Confirm. Check with. Let me check with the manager first. Let me check with the manager first. Appear. Pop up. That issue tends to pop up a lot. That issue tends to pop up a lot. At the bus stop. At the bus stop. I met her at the bus stop. I met her at the bus stop. At the door. At the door. Someone is knocking at the door. Someone is knocking at the door. At the top. At the top. She stood at the top of the mountain. She stood at the top of the mountain. At work. At work. He's still at work. He's still at work. At home. At home. Are you staying at home today? Are you staying at home today? At school. At school. The kids are at school. The kids are at school. At the party. At the party. We had fun at the party. We had fun at the party. At the station. At the station. I'll meet you at the station. I'll meet you at the station. At the cinema. At the cinema. We watched a movie at the cinema. We watched a movie at the cinema. At the office. At the office. He's busy at the office. He's busy at the office. At the concert. At the concert. We danced all night at the concert. We danced all night at the concert. At lunch. At lunch. She called me at lunch. She called me at lunch. At midnight. At midnight. The bell rang at midnight. The bell rang at midnight. At the beach. At the beach. We relaxed at the beach. We relaxed at the beach. At the hospital. At the hospital. She works at the hospital. She works at the hospital. At the airport. At the airport. They arrived at the airport. They arrived at the airport. At the corner. At the corner. He waited at the corner. He waited at the corner. At the front. At the front. She was sitting at the front. She was sitting at the front. At the back. At the back. The keys are at the back of the drawer. The keys are at the back of the drawer. At a table. At a table. We sat at a table by the window. We sat at a table by the window. At the supermarket. At the supermarket. I saw her at the supermarket. I saw her at the supermarket. At university. At university. He teaches at university. He teaches at university. At the traffic lights. At the traffic lights. Turn left at the traffic lights. Turn left at the traffic lights. At the market. At the market. She bought vegetables at the market. She bought vegetables at the market. At the bank. At the bank. He works at the bank. He works at the bank. At the zoo. At the zoo. We saw lions at the zoo. We saw lions at the zoo. At the museum. At the museum. We spent the day at the museum. We spent the day at the museum. At reception. At reception. Ask for help at reception. Ask for help at reception. At a wedding. At a wedding. They met at a wedding. They met at a wedding. At a restaurant. At a restaurant. We ate dinner at a restaurant. We ate dinner at a restaurant. In the room. In the room. The cat is in the room. The cat is in the room. In the car. In the car. They are waiting in the car. They are waiting in the car. In the house. In the house. He lives in the house next door. He lives in the house next door. In a box. In a box. The shoes are in a box. The shoes are in a box. In the garden. In the garden. We played in the garden. We played in the garden. In the city. In the city. She was born in the city. She was born in the city. In the country. In the country. They live in the country. They live in the country. In the world. In the world. He's the best player in the world. He's the best player in the world. In my pocket. In my pocket. I found some coins in my pocket. I found some coins in my pocket. In the fridge. In the fridge. There's milk in the fridge. There's milk in the fridge. In a book. In a book. I read it in a book. I read it in a book. In the newspaper. In the newspaper. I saw your picture in the newspaper. I saw your picture in the newspaper. In the photo. In the photo. She looks happy in the photo. She looks happy in the photo. In the sky. In the sky. There are clouds in the sky. There are clouds in the sky. In the water. In the water. The kids are swimming in the water. The kids are swimming in the water. In the past. In the past. That happened in the past. That happened in the past. In the future. In the future. We'll meet again in the future. We'll meet again in the future. In the morning. In the morning. I go jogging in the morning. I go jogging in the morning. In the evening. In the evening. Let's meet in the evening. Let's meet in the evening. In the afternoon. In the afternoon. He called me in the afternoon. He called me in the afternoon. In April. In April. The event is in April. The event is in April. In 2023. In 2023. They moved here in 2023. They moved here in 2023. In winter. In winter. It snows a lot in winter. It snows a lot in winter. In a minute. In a minute. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a minute. In trouble. In trouble. He's always in trouble. He's always in trouble. In love. In love. They fell in love instantly. They fell in love instantly. In pain. In pain. She was in pain after the fall. She was in pain after the fall. In a hurry. In a hurry. He left in a hurry. He left in a hurry. In danger. In danger. The animals are in danger. The animals are in danger. In prison. In prison. He spent 5 years in prison. He spent 5 years in prison. On the table. On the table. The book is on the table. The book is on the table. On the floor. On the floor. There's a rug on the floor. There's a rug on the floor. On the wall. On the wall. We hung a painting on the wall. We hung a painting on the wall. On the bus. On the bus. I met her on the bus. I met her on the bus. On the train. On the train. They're on the train to London. They're on the train to London. On TV. On TV. That show is on TV tonight. That show is on TV tonight. On the radio. On the radio. I heard it on the radio. I heard it on the radio. On the internet. On the internet. I saw it on the internet. I saw it on the internet. On Facebook. on Facebook. She posted a photo on Facebook. She posted a photo on Facebook. On a trip. On a trip. They went on a trip to Italy. They went on a trip to Italy. On holiday. On holiday. We're going on holiday next week. We're going on holiday next week. On a plane. On a plane. He's on a plane to New York. He's on a plane to New York. On the roof. On the roof. There's a cat on the roof. There's a cat on the roof. On my phone. On my phone. I'm talking on my phone. I'm talking on my phone. On the list. On the list. Your name is on the list. Your name is on the list. On the menu. On the menu. Pizza is on the menu. Pizza is on the menu. On time. On time. The train arrived on time. The train arrived on time. On a diet. On a diet. She's on a diet. She's on a diet. On fire. On fire. The building is on fire. The building is on fire. On sale. On sale. The shoes are on sale. The shoes are on sale. On the left. On the left. The shop is on the left. The shop is on the left. On the right. On the right. My house is the second one on the right. My house is the second one on the right. On the way. On the way. He's on the way. He's on the way. On the team. On the team. She's the only girl on the team. She's the only girl on the team. On duty. On duty. The nurse is on duty. The nurse is on duty. On strike. On strike. The workers are on strike. The workers are on strike. On purpose. On purpose. He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. On business. On business. She's away on business. She's away on business. On your mind. On your mind. What's on your mind? What's on your mind? On the balcony. On the balcony. She had breakfast on the balcony. She had breakfast on the balcony. Absolutely. Absolutely. Meaning completely, totally. Completely, totally. I absolutely love this song. I absolutely love this song. Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Meaning without question. Without question. She is undoubtedly the best player on the team. She is undoubtedly the best player on the team. Totally. totally, meaning entirely, entirely. That was totally unexpected. That was totally unexpected. Completely, completely, meaning fully, 100%, fully, 100%. I completely forgot about the meeting. I completely forgot about the meeting. Entirely, entirely, meaning wholly, wholly. The decision was entirely his. The decision was entirely his. Utterly, utterly, meaning completely, often for negative emphasis. Completely, often for negative emphasis. I was utterly shocked by the news. I was utterly shocked by the news. Firmly, firmly, meaning strongly and confidently. Strongly and confidently. She firmly believes in second chances. She firmly believes in second chances. Deeply, deeply, meaning intensely, strongly, intensely, strongly. He was deeply moved by the story. He was deeply moved by the story. Strongly, strongly, meaning with force or emphasis. With force or emphasis. I strongly disagree with that statement. I strongly disagree with that statement. Decisively, decisively, meaning in a clear and firm way. In a clear and firm way. He acted decisively in the crisis. He acted decisively in the crisis. Vastly, vastly, meaning greatly, immensely, greatly, immensely. This method is vastly more effective. This method is vastly more effective. Seriously, seriously, meaning with importance or sincerity. With importance or sincerity. You should take this seriously. You should take this seriously. Surely, surely, meaning without a doubt. Without a doubt. Surely you're not serious. Surely you're not serious. Clearly, clearly, meaning obviously, plainly, obviously, plainly. He was clearly lying. He was clearly lying. Positively, positively, meaning with certainty or optimism. With certainty or optimism. She spoke positively about the outcome. She spoke positively about the outcome. Passionately, passionately, meaning with intense feeling. With intense feeling. He spoke passionately about education. He spoke passionately about education. Furiously, furiously, meaning with intense anger. With intense anger. She furiously denied the accusation. She furiously denied the accusation. Eagerly, eagerly, meaning with excitement and anticipation. with excitement and anticipation. They eagerly waited for the announcement. They eagerly waited for the announcement. Energetically, energetically, meaning with great energy, with great energy. She energetically cleaned the entire house. She energetically cleaned the entire house. Desperately, desperately, meaning with extreme urgency or need, with extreme urgency or need. He desperately searched for a solution. He desperately searched for a solution. Anxiously, anxiously, meaning with worry or nervousness, with worry or nervousness. I'm anxiously waiting for the results. I'm anxiously waiting for the results. Cheerfully, cheerfully, meaning in a happy, positive way. In a happy, positive way. She cheerfully greeted everyone. She cheerfully greeted everyone. Warmly, warmly, meaning with kindness or affection. With kindness or affection. They welcomed us warmly. They welcomed us warmly. Briskly, briskly, meaning quickly and actively. Quickly and actively. He walked briskly to the station. He walked briskly to the station. Boldly, boldly, meaning confidently, without fear. Confidently, without fear. She boldly spoke her mind. She boldly spoke her mind. Blissfully, blissfully, meaning in a state of great happiness. In a state of great happiness. They were blissfully unaware of the chaos. They were blissfully unaware of the chaos. Deliberately, deliberately, meaning on purpose, on purpose. He deliberately ignored my message. He deliberately ignored my message. Reluctantly, reluctantly, meaning unwillingly, unwillingly. She reluctantly agreed to help. She reluctantly agreed to help. Gratefully, gratefully, meaning with thankfulness, with thankfulness. I gratefully accepted the offer. I gratefully accepted the offer. Happily, happily, meaning with joy, with joy. They happily spent the day together. They happily spent the day together. Frankly, frankly, meaning honestly and directly. Honestly and directly. Frankly, I don't think that's a good idea. Frankly, I don't think that's a good idea. Cautiously, cautiously, meaning carefully to avoid danger. Carefully to avoid danger. He cautiously opened the door. He cautiously opened the door. Sarcastically, sarcastically, meaning in a mocking or ironic way. In a mocking or ironic way. Great job, he said sarcastically. Great job, he said sarcastically. Confidently, confidently, meaning with self-assurance, with self-assurance. She confidently answered the questions. She confidently answered the questions. Thoughtfully, thoughtfully, meaning with care or consideration, with care or consideration. He thoughtfully paused before speaking. He thoughtfully paused before speaking. Sharply, sharply, meaning in a critical or intense way, in a critical or intense way. She replied sharply. She replied sharply. Quietly, quietly, meaning in a soft or low voice, in a soft or low voice. He quietly entered the room. He quietly entered the room. Curiously, curiously, meaning with interest or eagerness to know, with interest or eagerness to know. She curiously asked about his trip. She curiously asked about his trip. Calmly, calmly, meaning without excitement or anger, without excitement or anger. He calmly explained the problem. He calmly explained the problem. Softly, softly, meaning in a gentle or low way, in a gentle or low way. She softly sang the lullaby. She softly sang the lullaby. Persuasively, persuasively, meaning with the ability to convince, with the ability to convince. He spoke persuasively during the debate. He spoke persuasively during the debate. Wisely, wisely, meaning with knowledge and good judgment, with knowledge and good judgment. She wisely chose to stay silent. She wisely chose to stay silent. Briefly, briefly, meaning for a short time or in few words. For a short time or in few words. He briefly explained the plan. He briefly explained the plan. Sincerely, sincerely, meaning honestly and genuinely, honestly and genuinely. I sincerely apologize for the mistake. I sincerely apologize for the mistake. Rationally, rationally, meaning with logical thinking, with logical thinking. Try to think rationally about the situation. Try to think rationally about the situation. Quickly, quickly, meaning fast, fast. She quickly grabbed her bag. She quickly grabbed her bag. Promptly, promptly, meaning immediately without delay. Immediately without delay. He replied promptly to the email. He replied promptly to the email. Regularly, regularly, meaning often and consistently. Often and consistently. I exercise regularly. I exercise regularly. Constantly, constantly, meaning all the time, all the time. He's constantly checking his phone. He's constantly checking his phone. Rarely, rarely, meaning not often, not often. They rarely go out during the week. They rarely go out during the week. Eventually, eventually, meaning in the end, in the end. He eventually agreed. He eventually agreed. Recently, recently, meaning not long ago, not long ago. I recently moved to London. I recently moved to London. Suddenly, suddenly, meaning unexpectedly, unexpectedly. Suddenly the lights went out. Suddenly the lights went out. Immediately, immediately, meaning without waiting, without waiting. Leave immediately, leave immediately. Frequently, frequently, meaning often, often. He frequently visits his grandma. He frequently visits his grandma. Occasionally, occasionally, meaning sometimes, sometimes. We occasionally eat out. We occasionally eat out. Gradually, gradually, meaning slowly over time, slowly over time. The noise gradually faded. The noise gradually faded. Temporarily, temporarily, meaning for a short time, for a short time. The shop is temporarily closed. The shop is temporarily closed. Steadily, steadily, meaning in a constant, gradual way, in a constant, gradual way. She worked steadily towards her goal. She worked steadily towards her goal. Permanently, permanently, meaning forever, forever. The changes will be permanently applied. The changes will be permanently applied. Exactly, exactly, meaning precisely, precisely. That's exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. Approximately, approximately, meaning around, about, around, about. It'll take approximately 20 minutes. It'll take approximately 20 minutes. Barely, barely, meaning almost not, almost not. He barely passed the exam. He barely passed the exam. Hardly, hardly, meaning scarcely, scarcely. I hardly slept last night. I hardly slept last night. Partially, partially, meaning in part, in part. The road was partially closed. The road was partially closed. Virtually, virtually, meaning almost completely, almost completely. The town was virtually empty. The town was virtually empty. Mainly, mainly, meaning mostly, mostly. We talked mainly about work. We talked mainly about work. Roughly, roughly, meaning approximately, approximately. There were roughly 30 people there. There were roughly 30 people there. Precisely. Precisely. Meaning exactly with detail. Exactly with detail. That's precisely the problem. That's precisely the problem. Technically. Technically. Meaning according to rules or facts. According to rules or facts. Technically, he's right. Technically, he's right. Arguably. Arguably. Meaning it can be argued that. It can be argued that. She's arguably the best in the world. She's arguably the best in the world. Possibly. Possibly. Meaning maybe. Maybe. Can I possibly borrow your pen? Can I possibly borrow your pen? Unbelievably. Unbelievably. Meaning in an amazing or shocking way. In an amazing or shocking way. He ran unbelievably fast. He ran unbelievably fast. Undeniably. Undeniably. Meaning cannot be denied. Cannot be denied. She is undeniably talented. She is undeniably talented. Subtly. Subtly. Meaning in a quiet but clever way. In a quiet but clever way. He subtly changed the subject. He subtly changed the subject. Distinctly. Distinctly. Meaning in a clear and noticeable way. In a clear and noticeable way. I distinctly remember locking the door. I distinctly remember locking the door. Likely. Likely. Meaning probably. Probably. It's likely to rain later. It's likely to rain later. Hope. Hopeless. Hope, the feeling that something good will happen. Hopeless, having no hope or chance of success. He felt hopeless after failing the test again. He felt hopeless after failing the test again. Help. Helpless. Help, assistance or support. Helpless, unable to take care of oneself. The injured bird looked helpless on the ground. The injured bird looked helpless on the ground. Home. Homeless. Home, a place where someone lives. Homeless, without a permanent place to live. She volunteers at a shelter for homeless people. She volunteers at a shelter for homeless people. Power. Powerless. Power, the ability to control or influence. Powerless, unable to affect or control things. I felt powerless during the emergency. I felt powerless during the emergency. Care. Careless. Care, attention or concern. Careless, not paying enough attention. That was a careless mistake on the form. That was a careless mistake on the form. End. Endless. End, the final part of something. Endless, having no end, never finishing. It felt like an endless wait at the airport. It felt like an endless wait at the airport. Clue. Clueless. Clue, a piece of information or evidence. Clueless, having no knowledge or idea. He was clueless about how to fix the tap. He was clueless about how to fix the tap. Use. Useless. Use, the act of doing something with a purpose. Useless, not helpful or effective. This tool is useless without batteries. This tool is useless without batteries. Shame. Shameless. Shame, a feeling of guilt or embarrassment. Shameless, without guilt or shame. That was a shameless attempt to lie. That was a shameless attempt to lie. Rest. Restless. Rest, relaxation or a break. Restless, unable to stay still or calm. She felt restless before the big interview. She felt restless before the big interview. Breath. Breathless. Breath, the air you take in and out. Breathless, struggling to breathe or full of excitement. He was breathless after running upstairs. He was breathless after running upstairs. Worth. Worthless. Worth, the value of something. Worthless, having no value or use. This broken phone is worthless now. This broken phone is worthless now. Fault. Faultless. Fault, a mistake or problem. Faultless, perfect, without any errors. His cooking was absolutely faultless. His cooking was absolutely faultless. Friend. Friendless. Friend, someone you like and trust. Friendless, having no friends. He moved to a new town and felt friendless. He moved to a new town and felt friendless. Law. Lawless. Law, rules made by a government. Lawless, not controlled by laws. The region became dangerous and lawless. The region became dangerous and lawless. Sleep. Sleepless. Sleep, resting state of the body and mind. Sleepless, unable to sleep. She had a sleepless night worrying about the exam. She had a sleepless night worrying about the exam. Heart. Heartless. Heart, the organ that pumps blood, feelings. Heartless, unkind or cruel. It was heartless to ignore her cries for help. It was heartless to ignore her cries for help. Meaning. Meaningless. Meaning, importance or purpose. Meaningless, without purpose or sense. His apology felt completely meaningless. His apology felt completely meaningless. Pain. Painless. Pain, physical or emotional discomfort. Painless, not causing pain. The injection was quick and painless. The injection was quick and painless. Taste, tasteless. Taste, the flavour of something. Tasteless, without flavour or poor in style. The soup was bland and tasteless. The soup was bland and tasteless. Value, valueless. Value, worth or importance. Valueless, having no worth. After the crash, the shares became valueless. After the crash, the shares became valueless. Price, priceless. Price, the cost of something. Priceless, so valuable it can't be measured. Her reaction was absolutely priceless. Her reaction was absolutely priceless. Limit, limitless. Limit, a point beyond which something can't go. Limitless, without end or boundary. Technology offers limitless possibilities. Technology offers limitless possibilities. Hair, hairless. Hair, strands growing from the skin. Hairless, having no hair. The dog was nearly hairless due to illness. The dog was nearly hairless due to illness. Weight, weightless. Weight, how heavy something is. Weightless, without weight or gravity. She felt weightless while floating in water. She felt weightless while floating in water. Colour, colourless. Colour, visual appearance made of light. Colourless, without colour. The liquid was completely colourless. The liquid was completely colourless. Time, timeless. Time, the ongoing passage of events. Timeless, lasting forever or never going out of style. That song is absolutely timeless. That song is absolutely timeless. Sound, soundless. Sound, something you can hear. Soundless, completely silent. He moved across the room in a soundless glide. He moved across the room in a soundless glide. Joy, joyless. Joy, great happiness. Joyless, lacking happiness. The room felt cold and joyless. The room felt cold and joyless. Wire, wireless. Wire, a thin metal used to carry electricity. Wireless, working without wires. He bought a pair of wireless headphones. He bought a pair of wireless headphones. Age, ageless. Age, how old someone or something is. Ageless, never seeming to grow old. She has an ageless beauty. She has an ageless beauty. Point, pointless. Point, the main idea or reason. Pointless, having no reason or purpose. That argument was totally pointless. That argument was totally pointless. Aim, aimless. Aim, a goal or target. Aimless, without direction or purpose. He wandered through the city, feeling aimless. He wandered through the city, feeling aimless. Life, lifeless. Life, being alive. Lifeless, without life or energy. The room felt lifeless without any music. The room felt lifeless without any music. Thought, thoughtless. Thought, consideration or care. Thoughtless, without thinking or care. That was a thoughtless thing to say. That was a thoughtless thing to say. Fear, fearless. Fear, a feeling of danger or worry. Fearless, brave, not afraid. She climbed the mountain with a fearless attitude. She climbed the mountain with a fearless attitude. Effort, effortless. Effort, physical or mental energy used to do something. Effortless, requiring no effort. He made dancing look completely effortless. He made dancing look completely effortless. Name, nameless. Name, a word used to identify someone or something. Nameless, unknown or not named. The letter came from a nameless sender. The letter came from a nameless sender. Back, backless. Back, the rear part of something. Backless, without a back. She wore a stunning backless dress. She wore a stunning backless dress. Seam, seamless. Seam, where two things are joined. Seamless, perfectly smooth or continuous. The video transition was completely seamless. The video transition was completely seamless. Spot, spotless. Spot, a mark or stain. Spotless, completely clean. The kitchen was spotless and shiny. The kitchen was spotless and shiny. Emotion, emotionless. Emotion, a strong feeling. Emotionless, showing no feelings. His face stayed cold and emotionless. His face stayed cold and emotionless. Flaw, flawless. Flaw, a mistake or imperfection. Flawless, perfect, without errors. Her singing was absolutely flawless. Her singing was absolutely flawless. Self, selfless. Self, one's own interest or benefit. Selfless, putting others first. Her selfless actions inspired everyone. Her selfless actions inspired everyone. Sense, senseless. Sense, logic or feeling. Senseless, lacking meaning or unconscious. It was a senseless decision. It was a senseless decision. Plan out. Plan out, meaning carefully arrange in detail. Carefully arrange in detail. We need to plan out the route carefully before we leave. We need to plan out the route carefully before we leave. Look into. Look into, meaning research or investigate. Research or investigate. I always look into hotels before booking a trip. I always look into hotels before booking a trip. Map out. Map out, meaning create a plan or route. Create a plan or route. We usually map out our journey on paper before setting off. We usually map out our journey on paper before setting off. Figure out. Figure out, meaning solve or understand. Solve or understand. We had to figure out which direction to take next. We had to figure out which direction to take next. Set up. Set up, meaning prepare or arrange. Prepare or arrange. We set up the car with snacks, pillows, and music. We set up the car with snacks, pillows, and music. Book in. Book in, meaning reserve a service or accommodation. Reserve a service or accommodation. I always book in advance to get the best deals on hotels. I always book in advance to get the best deals on hotels. Check out. Check out, meaning take a look or evaluate. Take a look or evaluate. We usually check out the campsite ratings before deciding where to stop. We usually check out the campsite ratings before deciding where to stop. Sign up for. Sign up for, meaning enroll or register. Enroll or register. We usually sign up for local tours when we reach a new town on our road trip. We usually sign up for local tours when we reach a new town on our road trip. Stock up on. Stock up on, meaning buy a large amount of something. Buy a large amount of something. We always stock up on snacks and water before hitting the road. We always stock up on snacks and water before hitting the road. Go over. Go over, meaning review or double check. Review or double check. Let's go over the route one more time before we leave. Let's go over the route one more time before we leave. Set off. Set off, meaning begin a journey. Begin a journey. We set off just after sunrise to avoid traffic. We set off just after sunrise to avoid traffic. Head out. Head out, meaning leave or start moving. Leave or start moving. We usually head out early in the morning to avoid traffic on our road trips. We usually head out early in the morning to avoid traffic on our road trips. Pull out, meaning drive away from a spot. Drive away from a spot. We always pull out slowly from the driveway to start our road trip safely. We always pull out slowly from the driveway to start our road trip safely. Fill up, meaning put fuel into a vehicle. Put fuel into a vehicle. They fill up at the last petrol station before entering the mountains. They fill up at the last petrol station before entering the mountains. Hop in, meaning get into a vehicle. Get into a vehicle. We all hop in the van as soon as the snacks are packed. We all hop in the van as soon as the snacks are packed. Buckle up, meaning fasten your seatbelt. Fasten your seatbelt. Don't forget to buckle up before we go. Don't forget to buckle up before we go. Drive off, meaning leave in a car. Leave in a car. We usually drive off as soon as everyone's buckled up and ready. We usually drive off as soon as everyone's buckled up and ready. Pull over, meaning stop at the side of the road. Stop at the side of the road. We often pull over to take photos of the scenery during our road trips. We often pull over to take photos of the scenery during our road trips. Stop off, meaning make a short visit on the way. Make a short visit on the way. We usually stop off at small towns to grab a bite and stretch our legs. We usually stop off at small towns to grab a bite and stretch our legs. Check in, meaning register at a hotel or place. Register at a hotel or place. Let's check in before it gets dark so we can relax a bit. Let's check in before it gets dark so we can relax a bit. Turn back, meaning reverse direction. Reverse direction. We had to turn back because the road was closed. We had to turn back because the road was closed. Ask around, meaning ask different people. Ask different people. We ask around whenever we can't find a good place to eat during the trip. We ask around whenever we can't find a good place to eat during the trip. Look for, meaning search. We look for interesting roadside attractions along the way. We look for interesting roadside attractions along the way. End up, end up, meaning arrive somewhere unexpectedly, arrive somewhere unexpectedly. We often end up in unexpected places when we take the scenic route. We often end up in unexpected places when we take the scenic route. Figure out, meaning find the solution, find the solution. We figure out our next stop based on the weather and how we feel. We figure out our next stop based on the weather and how we feel. Pull in, meaning arrive and stop, usually a vehicle. Arrive and stop, usually a vehicle. We pull in to a rest stop whenever we need a break from driving. We pull in to a rest stop whenever we need a break from driving. Run out of, meaning use up completely, use up completely. We sometimes run out of snacks before we even reach the halfway point. We sometimes run out of snacks before we even reach the halfway point. Make up for, meaning compensate, compensate. We make up for lost time by skipping unnecessary stops. We make up for lost time by skipping unnecessary stops. Chill out, meaning relax, relax. We chill out by the lake after a long day of driving. We chill out by the lake after a long day of driving. Take in, meaning enjoy or absorb, enjoy or absorb. We take in the breathtaking views as we drive through the mountains. We take in the breathtaking views as we drive through the mountains. Hang out, meaning spend time relaxing, spend time relaxing. We hang out by the campfire every night during the trip. We hang out by the campfire every night during the trip. Try out, meaning test or experience, test or experience. We try out local food spots in every town we visit on our road trip. We try out local food spots in every town we visit on our road trip. Pick up, meaning collect someone or something, collect someone or something. We pick up souvenirs from every place we stop along the way. We pick up souvenirs from every place we stop along the way. Drop off, meaning leave someone or something, leave someone or something. We drop off our friends at their hotel before heading to our campsite. We drop off our friends at their hotel before heading to our campsite. Look around, meaning explore casually, explore casually. We look around every new town we visit to find hidden gems. We look around every new town we visit to find hidden gems. Come across. Come across. Meaning, find by accident. Find by accident. We often come across interesting places when we take the back roads. We often come across interesting places when we take the back roads. Snap up. Snap up. Meaning, grab quickly, usually a deal or opportunity. Grab quickly, usually a deal or opportunity. We snap up souvenirs as soon as we find something that catches our eye. We snap up souvenirs as soon as we find something that catches our eye. Pack up. Pack up. Meaning, gather belongings and prepare to leave. Gather belongings and prepare to leave. We pack up the car every morning before hitting the road again. We pack up the car every morning before hitting the road again. Drop by. Drop by. Meaning, make a casual visit. Make a casual visit. We drop by a friend's house if our route takes us through their town. We drop by a friend's house if our route takes us through their town. Sort out. Sort out. Meaning, organize or fix. Organize or fix. We sort out our route whenever we hit unexpected traffic. We sort out our route whenever we hit unexpected traffic. Talk about. Talk about. Meaning, discuss or reflect on. Discuss or reflect on. We talk about our favourite moments from the trip while driving back home. We talk about our favourite moments from the trip while driving back home. Look back on. Look back on. Meaning, remember or reflect. Remember or reflect. I often look back on that road trip as the best ever. I often look back on that road trip as the best ever. Break down. Break down. Meaning, when a car stops working. When a car stops working. Let's prepare better this time so we don't break down like we did on the last trip. Let's prepare better this time so we don't break down like we did on the last trip. Fix up. Fix up. Meaning, to repair or improve something. To repair or improve something. After the trip, we always fix up the car before the next journey. After the trip, we always fix up the car before the next journey. What's your name? My name is James. Where are you from? I'm from Liverpool. How old are you? I'm 35 years old. What do you do for a living? I'm a graphic designer. How was your day? It was great, thanks for asking. Do you live nearby? Yes, I live just down the road. Have you been here before? No, this is my first time. What brings you here? I'm here for a work meeting. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes, I'm having a wonderful time. Do you have any hobbies? Yes, I love painting and hiking. What do you do in your free time? I like to read books and watch movies. Do you speak any other languages? Yes, I speak a little Spanish. How do you know Sarah? We went to university together. What's your favourite thing about living here? The people are really friendly. How long have you lived here? I've been here for 5 years. Are you a morning person or a night owl? Definitely a night owl. Do you prefer tea or coffee? I love coffee in the morning. What kind of music do you like? I enjoy pop and jazz. Have you travelled anywhere recently? Yes, I went to Italy last month. Do you like meeting new people? Yes, I find it exciting to learn about different cultures. Do you enjoy social events? Sometimes, but I also like quiet time at home. What's your favourite type of weather? I love sunny days with a cool breeze. Do you have any pets? Yes, I have a dog named Max. What do you usually do on weekends? I spend time with friends and family. What's one interesting fact about you? I once skydived from 15,000 feet. What time do you usually wake up? I wake up at 7 a.m. What's the first thing you do in the morning? I check my phone. Do you eat breakfast every day? Yes, I usually have eggs and toast. What time do you start work? I start at 9 a.m. How do you get to work? I take the train. Do you work from home? Sometimes, but I prefer the office. What do you usually have for lunch? A sandwich or a salad? Do you take naps during the day? Only if I'm really tired. What do you do after work? I go to the gym or cook dinner. How often do you exercise? 3 times a week. Do you watch TV in the evening? Yes, I love crime dramas. What time do you go to bed? Around 11 p.m. Do you use an alarm clock? Yes, or I wouldn't wake up on time. Do you plan your day in advance? Yes, I use a planner. How do you relax after a long day? I take a bath or read. Do you prefer showers or baths? I prefer showers in the morning. What's your bedtime routine? I brush my teeth, read, and go to bed. Do you drink coffee in the morning? Yes, I can't function without it. What's a habit you want to change? I want to stop procrastinating. How do you spend your free time? Listening to music or podcasts? Do you keep a to-do list? Yes, it helps me stay organised. What's something you do every day? I drink a lot of water. Do you prefer to stay up late or wake up early? I like to stay up late. Do you always have the same routine? Mostly, but weekends are different. What's one daily habit that has improved your life? Stretching every morning. What are you doing this weekend? I'm going to the beach with friends. Do you have any plans for tonight? Not yet. Do you want to do something? Are you free on Saturday? Yes. What do you have in mind? Would you like to grab a coffee sometime? That sounds great. When are you free? What time shall we meet? How about 6 p.m.? Where should we meet? Let's meet at the cafe on Downhill Street. Should we book a table in advance? Yes, it might be busy. Can you make it at 7 p.m? I think so, but I'll confirm later. Do you want to go to the cinema? Yes, what's playing? How long will the meeting take? Probably about an hour. Can we reschedule for another day? Sure. How about next Tuesday? Who else is coming? Just a few of our mutual friends. What should I bring? Just yourself. Everything else is sorted. Is it a formal or casual event? It's pretty casual. Just wear something comfortable. Shall we share a lift? Yes, I'll pick you up at 6. Do we need tickets? Yes, I already bought them. What time does the event start? It starts at 8 p.m. Should I bring anything to the party? Maybe some snacks or drinks. Will we need to bring cash? No, they accept cards. What happens if I'm late? Just send me a message and I'll let you know where we are. Can we do something indoors instead? Sure, we could have a movie night. Is there a dress code? No, just wear whatever you like. Are we going out after dinner? Maybe. Let's see how we feel. Should we meet at my place first? That sounds like a good idea. How do you feel about trying a new restaurant? I'd love to. I'm always up for something new. What's your favourite type of cuisine? I love Italian food, especially pasta. Do you prefer sweet or savoury? I have a sweet tooth, so I love desserts. How often do you eat out? Maybe once or twice a week. What's the best restaurant you've been to? A small family-run sushi place in the city. Do you like spicy food? Not too spicy, but I enjoy a little heat. What do you usually have for breakfast? Toast and coffee, sometimes eggs. Do you cook at home often? Yes, I love cooking new recipes. What's your go-to dish to cook? I make a really good stir-fry. What's your favourite fruit? I love mangoes. They're so sweet and juicy. What's the weirdest food you've ever tried? I once tried fried crickets. Do you have any food allergies? Yes, I'm allergic to peanuts. How do you like your steak cooked? Medium rare with a little pink inside. What's your favourite fast food? Probably pizza or burgers. Do you prefer dining in or getting a takeaway? I like both, but getting a takeaway is convenient. What's your favourite snack? Chocolate and popcorn. What do you usually drink with your meals? Water or juice, sometimes wine. Have you ever tried vegan food? Yes, and I really liked it. What's your favourite dessert? Chocolate cake or ice cream? Do you like trying new foods? Yes, I love experiencing different cultures through food. How do you feel about buffets? I like them, but I always eat too much. Do you usually leave tips at restaurants? Yes, if the service is good. Have you ever cooked for a large group? Yes, it was fun but stressful. What's the most expensive meal you've ever had? A fancy steak dinner on holiday. Do you enjoy baking? Yes, I love making cookies and cakes. What's a food you can't stand? I really don't like olives. Do you prefer shopping online or in shops? I prefer online shopping because it's more convenient. How often do you go shopping? Maybe once a week, usually at the weekend. What's the last thing you bought? A new pair of trainers. Do you prefer expensive brands or budget options? It depends on the product, but I usually go for quality over price. Do you compare prices before buying something? Yes, I always look for the best deal. Have you ever returned an item? Yes, I once got the wrong size, so I had to exchange it. What's your biggest shopping weakness? I can't resist buying books. Do you use discount codes or coupons? Yes, I always try to find a discount before purchasing. How do you usually pay when shopping? I mostly use my card, but sometimes I pay in cash. Do you prefer shopping alone or with someone? I like shopping alone because I can take my time. Have you ever bought something and regretted it? Yes, I bought a jacket that I never wore. Do you enjoy grocery shopping? Not really, but it has to be done. What's the most expensive thing you own? Probably my laptop. Do you ever buy second-hand items? Yes, I love thrift shopping for clothes. What's the best deal you've ever found? I got a designer bag for 70% off. Do you keep receipts after shopping? Only for big purchases. Have you ever lost your wallet while shopping? No, but I've misplaced it before. Do you prefer supermarkets or local markets? I like both, but local markets have fresher produce. Have you ever used a self-checkout machine? Yes, they're fast, but sometimes confusing. How do you feel about shopping centres? They're good, but they can be too crowded. Do you buy gifts in advance or last minute? I try to buy them in advance, but sometimes I forget. Have you ever bargained for a better price? Yes, when I was on holiday in a market. Do you save money regularly? Yes, I try to put aside some money each month. What's something you'd never spend money on? Overpriced bottled water. Do you prefer cash or card payments? I use my card for almost everything. Do you enjoy travelling? Yes, I love exploring new places. What's your dream travel destination? I'd love to visit Japan one day. How often do you travel? Maybe once or twice a year. Do you prefer travelling alone or with others? I like travelling with friends, but solo trips are fun too. What's the best trip you've ever taken? A road trip along the coast of Spain. Have you ever lost your luggage while travelling? Thankfully, no. Do you prefer beach holidays or city breaks? I prefer city breaks because there's so much to do. Have you ever had a delayed flight? Yes, I was stuck at the airport for 5 hours once. What do you usually pack first? My passport and phone charger. Do you like trying new foods when you travel? Yes, that's one of the best parts of travelling. Have you ever been on a cruise? No, but I'd love to try one. Do you get travel insurance before trips? Yes, just to be safe. What's your worst travel experience? Missing a flight and having to wait all day for the next one. Do you prefer long haul or short flights? Short flights, long ones are tiring. What's the most beautiful place you visited? The Swiss Alps. Have you ever gotten lost while travelling? Yes, but I used Google Maps to find my way back. Do you prefer hotels, hostels, or Airbnbs? I like Airbnbs because they feel more like home. Have you ever met interesting people while travelling? Yes, I made friends while backpacking in Thailand. Do you prefer guided tours or exploring alone? Exploring alone. It's more exciting. What's the first thing you do when you arrive in a new country? Find a good local restaurant. Have you ever travelled for work? Yes, I had a business trip last year. How do you usually get around in a new city? I use public transport or walk. Have you ever slept in an airport? Yes, when my flight got cancelled. What's your top travel tip? Always keep a copy of your important documents. Do you prefer planning your trips or being spontaneous? I like a mix of both. What's the weather like today? It's sunny with a cool breeze. Do you prefer hot or cold weather? I prefer hot weather. I love summer. What's your favourite season? I love autumn because of the colourful leaves. Does it snow where you live? No, we rarely get snow. Have you ever experienced a storm? Yes, once during a holiday, and it was scary. Do you check the weather forecast daily? Only if I have outdoor plans. What do you like to do on rainy days? I stay inside and watch movies. How do you feel about windy weather? I don't like it. It messes up my hair. Have you ever been caught in heavy rain? Yes, I got completely soaked. Do you prefer dry or humid weather? Dry weather, because humidity makes me uncomfortable. What's the hottest temperature you've ever experienced? 40 degrees Celsius in Spain. What's the coldest weather you've been in? -10 degrees Celsius when I visited Canada. Have you ever seen a tornado or hurricane? No, but I've seen one on TV. Do you enjoy winter sports? Yes, I love skiing and snowboarding. What kind of clothes do you wear in summer? Shorts, t-shirts and sandals. Have you ever had plans ruined because of the weather? Yes, my outdoor picnic got cancelled. How do you prepare for a heat wave? I drink a lot of water and stay in the shade. What's the best way to cool down in hot weather? Eating ice cream and going swimming. Do you like the sound of rain? Yes, it's relaxing. Have you ever had a flight cancelled due to bad weather? No, but I've had delays. What's your ideal holiday weather? Warm and sunny, but not too hot. How do you feel about foggy days? They're a bit spooky, but kind of cool. Have you ever experienced a power cut because of bad weather? Yes, during a storm. Do you like watching the sunset? Yes, especially at the beach. How do you feel about extreme weather conditions? They can be dangerous, so I prefer mild weather. How many siblings do you have? I have one older brother. Are you close to your family? Yes, we talk almost every day. Do you live with your family? No, I live on my own. Who do you spend the most time with? Probably my best friend. Do you have a best friend? Yes, we've been friends since childhood. How often do you visit your family? At least once a month. What do you usually do when you meet your friends? We go out for food or watch movies. Do you prefer a small or big family? A small family. It's easier to manage. What's the best memory you have with your family? A holiday we took together. Have you ever had a falling out with a friend? Yes, but we made up later. What do you like most about your friends? They're always supportive. Do you have a family tradition? Yes, we have a big dinner every Sunday. How do you usually keep in touch with family members? Through video calls and messages. Have you ever made a new friend in an unexpected place? Yes, at an airport. What do you do when you miss your family? I call them or look at old photos. How do you usually make new friends? Through mutual connections or at work. Do you prefer spending time with family or friends? It depends on my mood. What's something unique about your family? We all love singing together. How do you deal with family arguments? I try to stay calm and listen. Have you ever had a long-distance friendship? Yes, and we still keep in touch. What's the best advice you've received from family? Always be kind to others. Do you have a family member you look up to? Yes, my grandmother. She's very wise. Have you ever met a long-lost relative? Yes, a cousin I had never met before. Do you have a childhood friend you're still close to? Yes, we've been friends for over 20 years. What's the best way to strengthen a friendship? Spending time together and being there for each other. What do you do for a living? I work as a marketing manager. How long have you been at your current job? I've been here for 3 years. Do you like your job? Yes, but sometimes it can be stressful. What's your dream job? I'd love to be a travel photographer. Do you work full-time or part-time? I work full-time from Monday to Friday. Have you ever had a remote job? Yes, I worked from home during the pandemic. What do you like most about your job? I enjoy the teamwork and creativity. What do you dislike about your job? The long hours can be exhausting. How do you usually get to work? I take the bus every morning. Have you ever had a difficult boss? Yes, but I learned how to handle it. Do you prefer working alone or in a team? I like teamwork because it's more productive. What skills are most important in your job? Communication, problem solving, and time management. How do you deal with work stress? I take short breaks and go for walks. Have you ever had a job interview? Yes, several times. What advice would you give for job interviews? Be confident and prepare in advance. Do you work better under pressure? Sometimes it helps me stay focused. Have you ever changed careers? No, but I'm considering it. What motivates you to work hard? Seeing progress and achieving my goals. Have you ever been promoted? Yes, last year I got a promotion. Do you prefer working indoors or outdoors? Indoors. I don't like extreme weather. What's the most interesting job you've heard of? A professional food taster. Have you ever had a job you hated? Yes, my first job was really boring. Do you think work-life balance is important? Absolutely, it's essential for mental health. Would you like to start your own business? Yes, I'd love to run my own cafe. What's the best career advice you've ever received? Never stop learning and improving. Where did you go to school?
I went to a local primary school in my hometown. Did you enjoy school? Yes, especially history and literature. What was your favourite subject? I loved science because it was fascinating. What subject did you find most difficult? Geography was always a challenge for me. Did you have a favourite teacher? Yes, my English teacher was really inspiring. Did you ever get in trouble at school? Once for talking too much in class. Did you participate in extracurricular activities? Yes, I was in the drama club. How do you feel about homework? It's necessary, but sometimes too much. Do you think school prepares you for real life? Somewhat, but real experience is more important. Have you ever taken online courses? Yes, I've done a few on language learning. Do you prefer studying alone or in a group? Alone, because I can concentrate better. How do you usually prepare for exams? I make notes and do practice tests. Have you ever studied abroad? No, but I'd love to. Do you think learning a second language is important? Yes, it helps with communication and career opportunities. What's the best way to learn something new? Practicing every day and staying consistent. Do you think teachers should be stricter or more relaxed? A good balance is best. What's one skill you wish you had learned in school? Financial management. Have you ever taught someone something? Yes, I helped my younger sibling with algebra. What's the most useful thing you learned in school? How to manage my time effectively. Do you prefer reading or watching videos to learn? I like watching videos because they're more interactive. Have you ever taken a difficult test? Yes, my university entrance exam was tough. How do you stay motivated when studying? I set small goals and reward myself. Do you think education should be free for everyone? Yes, it's a basic right. What's one piece of advice you'd give to students? Stay curious and never stop asking questions. What's something you learned recently? I just learned a new recipe for homemade pasta. Very good. Excellent. The service at this hotel is excellent. Very bad. Terrible. The food at that restaurant was terrible. Very big. Enormous. They live in an enormous house by the sea. Very small. Tiny. She found a tiny crack in the glass. Very fast. Rapid. The company experienced rapid growth last year. Very slow. Sluggish. The internet connection is sluggish today. Very tired. Exhausted. I feel exhausted after working all day. Very strong. Powerful. She had a powerful force that couldn't be stopped. Very weak. Fragile. The glass table is fragile. Very hungry. Starving. I'm starving. Let's get some food. Happy. Delighted. She looks delighted with her new job. Sad. Miserable. He felt miserable after failing the test. Angry. Furious. She was furious when she missed her flight. Scared. Terrified. He is terrified of spiders. Nice. Pleasant. We had a pleasant conversation over coffee. Boring. Dull. That book is dull and uninteresting. Funny. Hilarious. That joke was absolutely hilarious. Hard. Challenging. This task is challenging but rewarding. Easy. Simple. The instructions are simple to follow. Beautiful. Stunning. The view from the top of the mountain is stunning. Say. State. I state the truth with confidence. Tell. Inform. I will inform you of any updates soon. Ask. Inquire. I will inquire about the details tomorrow. Help. Assist. Can you assist me with this task? Give. Provide. I will provide you with all the necessary information. Get. Receive. I will receive the package tomorrow. Use. Utilize. I will utilize this opportunity to learn new skills. Need. Require. This job will require a lot of hard work. Think. Consider. I will consider your suggestion carefully. Try. Attempt. I will attempt to finish the project by tomorrow. Thing. Object. She picked up a small object from the floor. Stuff. Items. He packed all his items in a suitcase. Person. Individual. Each individual has their own strengths. Worker. Employee. The employee worked hard to complete the project on time. Job. Occupation. His occupation is a software engineer. Problem. Issue. The issue needs to be addressed immediately. Idea. Concept. That concept is difficult to understand. Part. Section. This section of the book is the most important. House. Home. She invited me to her home for dinner. Car. Vehicle. He parked his vehicle near the entrance of the building. Really tired. Shattered. She looks shattered after the long flight. Really important. Crucial. It is crucial to arrive on time. Really interesting. Fascinating. That documentary was fascinating. Really beautiful. Breathtaking. The scenery was absolutely breathtaking. Really good. Exceptional. Her performance was exceptional last night. Give up. Surrender. He refused to surrender despite the difficulties. Look into. Investigate. The police will investigate the case to determine what happened. Put off. Postpone. We must postpone the event. Come up with. Develop. We must develop a comprehensive plan to ensure project success. Look after. Take care of. Can you take care of my dog while I'm away? Very easy. Effortless. He made the task look effortless. Very difficult. Complicated. The instructions are too complicated. Very clean. Spotless. The kitchen is spotless after cleaning. Very dirty. Filthy. His shoes are filthy from the mud. Very cold. Freezing. It is freezing outside today. Very hot. Boiling. The soup is boiling. Be careful. Very old. Ancient. This castle is ancient and full of history. Very new. Brand new. She just bought a brand new car. Very expensive. Pricey. That watch is too pricey for me. Very cheap. Affordable. The hotel is surprisingly affordable. Say again. Repeat that. Could you repeat that, please? Think about. Reflect on. I need time to reflect on this decision. Look at. Observe. I observe the birds building their nests every spring. Find out. Discover. Every time I travel, I discover something new. Fix. Repair. I need to repair the leaking tap. Keep going. Continue. Please continue with your presentation. Stop. Halt. Traffic came to a halt when the accident occurred. Put. Place. Please place the documents on my desk. Take. Grab. Can you grab my coat from the chair? Start. Begin. We will begin the meeting in 5 minutes. Very rich. Wealthy. He comes from a wealthy family. Very confused. Baffled. I was completely baffled by the instructions. Very calm. Serene. The lake looked serene at sunrise. Very silly. Absurd. That's an absurd idea. It'll never work. Very rough. Coarse. The fabric felt coarse against my skin. Very bright. Luminous. The moon was luminous in the night sky. Very tall. Towering. The towering skyscrapers made me feel tiny. Very dangerous. Perilous. The hikers took a perilous route up the mountain. Very shy. Timid. She was too timid to speak in front of the class. Very crowded. Packed. The train was packed with commuters this morning. Change. Transform. The company plans to transform the way people shop online. Turn down. Reject. She decided to reject the invitation politely. Run out of. Deplete. We need to buy more milk before we deplete our supply. Turn up. Appear. She didn't appear at the meeting as expected. Hand in. Submit. Please submit your assignment by Friday. Put together. Assemble. They worked together to assemble the new bookshelf. Very clear. Obvious. The mistake was obvious to everyone. I'm not sure. I'm uncertain. I'm uncertain if we can meet the deadline. I can't decide. I'm torn. I'm torn between these two choices. Put up with. Endure. He had to endure long hours of traffic. Very wet. Soaked. I forgot my umbrella and got completely soaked. Very annoying. Infuriating. His constant interruptions were infuriating. Let down. Disappoint. I don't want to disappoint my family. Break up. Separate. They decided to separate after years of disagreements. Way. Method. This is the best method for solving the problem. Amount. Quantity. A large quantity of food was wasted. Goal. Objective. Our primary objective is to improve customer satisfaction. Answer. Response. His response to the question was unexpected. View. Perspective. She shared her perspective on the issue. Wrap up. Conclude. Let's conclude the meeting with a quick summary. I wake up at 6:30 every morning to start my day. I wake up at 6:30 every morning to start my day. I drink a glass of water as soon as I wake up. I drink a glass of water as soon as I wake up. I make my bed to keep my room tidy. I make my bed to keep my room tidy. I do 10 minutes of light stretching to wake up my body. I do 10 minutes of light stretching to wake up my body. I wash my face with cold water to feel fresh. I wash my face with cold water to feel fresh. I brush my teeth with mint-flavoured toothpaste. I brush my teeth with mint-flavoured toothpaste. I prepare a healthy breakfast with eggs and toast. I prepare a healthy breakfast with eggs and toast. I write down 3 things I am grateful for in my journal. I write down 3 things I am grateful for in my journal. I choose comfortable clothes for the day. I choose comfortable clothes for the day. I listen to a calming playlist while getting ready. I listen to a calming playlist while getting ready. I check my planner to see what tasks I have for the day. I check my planner to see what tasks I have for the day. I open the windows to let in some fresh air. I open the windows to let in some fresh air. I take a moment to set an intention for the day. I take a moment to set an intention for the day. I put on sunscreen to protect my skin. I put on sunscreen to protect my skin. I take a deep breath and remind myself to stay positive. I take a deep breath and remind myself to stay positive. I go for a 20-minute walk in the morning. I go for a 20-minute walk in the morning. I do yoga to stretch and relax my muscles. I do yoga to stretch and relax my muscles. I follow a workout video for beginners. I follow a workout video for beginners. I use a fitness app to track my progress. I use a fitness app to track my progress. I drink water during my workout to stay hydrated. I drink water during my workout to stay hydrated. I do 10 push-ups every day to build strength. I do 10 push-ups every day to build strength. I run on the treadmill for 15 minutes. I run on the treadmill for 15 minutes. I try new exercises to keep my routine interesting. I try new exercises to keep my routine interesting. I wear comfortable shoes for running. I wear comfortable shoes for running. I focus on my breathing while exercising. I focus on my breathing while exercising. I do some jumping jacks to warm up my body. I do some jumping jacks to warm up my body. I take a short break when I feel tired. I take a short break when I feel tired. I listen to energetic music while working out. I listen to energetic music while working out. I stretch my legs and arms after exercising. I stretch my legs and arms after exercising. I reward myself with a protein smoothie after a workout. I reward myself with a protein smoothie after a workout. I wash my face with a gentle cleanser. I wash my face with a gentle cleanser. I use a soft towel to dry my face. I use a soft towel to dry my face. I apply toner to balance my skin's pH levels. I apply toner to balance my skin's pH levels. I use a moisturizer to keep my skin hydrated. I use a moisturizer to keep my skin hydrated. I apply sunscreen to protect my skin from the sun. I apply sunscreen to protect my skin from the sun. I use a face mask once a week for deep cleansing. I use a face mask once a week for deep cleansing. I exfoliate my skin to remove dead cells. I exfoliate my skin to remove dead cells. I apply an eye cream to reduce puffiness. I apply an eye cream to reduce puffiness. I use a lip balm to keep my lips soft. I use a lip balm to keep my lips soft. I drink plenty of water to maintain healthy skin. I drink plenty of water to maintain healthy skin. I avoid touching my face to prevent breakouts. I avoid touching my face to prevent breakouts. I massage my face with a jade roller for relaxation. I massage my face with a jade roller for relaxation. I apply a night cream before going to bed. I apply a night cream before going to bed. I use a serum to brighten my skin tone. I use a serum to brighten my skin tone. I clean my makeup brushes regularly to avoid irritation. I clean my makeup brushes regularly to avoid irritation. I eat a balanced breakfast with fruits and oatmeal. I eat a balanced breakfast with fruits and oatmeal. I avoid processed foods whenever possible. I avoid processed foods whenever possible. I drink green tea instead of sugary drinks. I drink green tea instead of sugary drinks. I plan my meals for the week to save time. I plan my meals for the week to save time. I include a variety of vegetables in my meals. I include a variety of vegetables in my meals. I avoid skipping meals to maintain my energy. I avoid skipping meals to maintain my energy. I choose whole grain bread instead of white bread. I choose whole grain bread instead of white bread. I prepare healthy snacks like nuts and yogurt. I prepare healthy snacks like nuts and yogurt. I limit my sugar intake to stay healthy. I limit my sugar intake to stay healthy. I drink at least 8 glasses of water every day. I drink at least 8 glasses of water every day. I cook at home to control the ingredients in my food. I cook at home to control the ingredients in my food. I avoid eating late at night to improve digestion. I avoid eating late at night to improve digestion. I read food labels to understand what I'm eating. I read food labels to understand what I'm eating. I try new healthy recipes to enjoy cooking. I try new healthy recipes to enjoy cooking. I eat smaller portions to avoid overeating. I eat smaller portions to avoid overeating. I meditate for 10 minutes every morning. I meditate for 10 minutes every morning. I focus on my breathing to calm my mind. I focus on my breathing to calm my mind. I practice gratitude to feel more positive. I practice gratitude to feel more positive. I write in my journal to express my thoughts. I write in my journal to express my thoughts. I sit in a quiet place to reflect on my day. I sit in a quiet place to reflect on my day. I listen to guided meditation for relaxation. I listen to guided meditation for relaxation. I use calming essential oils like lavender. I use calming essential oils like lavender. I close my eyes and imagine a peaceful beach. I close my eyes and imagine a peaceful beach. I repeat positive affirmations to boost my confidence. I repeat positive affirmations to boost my confidence. I practice mindfulness while eating my meals. I practice mindfulness while eating my meals. I take a break to stretch and relax during the day. I take a break to stretch and relax during the day. I focus on the present moment to reduce stress. I focus on the present moment to reduce stress. I read a motivational book before bed. I read a motivational book before bed. I avoid negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones. I avoid negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones. I remind myself to be kind to others and myself. I remind myself to be kind to others and myself. I light a scented candle to create a cozy atmosphere. I light a scented candle to create a cozy atmosphere. I take a warm bath with bath salts to relax. I take a warm bath with bath salts to relax. I listen to my favourite music to unwind. I listen to my favourite music to unwind. I watch a movie or show that makes me laugh. I watch a movie or show that makes me laugh. I spend time with my pet to feel happy. I spend time with my pet to feel happy. I read a novel to escape into a new world. I read a novel to escape into a new world. I colour in an adult colouring book to relax. I colour in an adult colouring book to relax. I enjoy a cup of herbal tea in the evening. I enjoy a cup of herbal tea in the evening. I sit in my garden and listen to the birds. I sit in my garden and listen to the birds. I call a friend to chat about my day. I call a friend to chat about my day. I go for a short walk to clear my mind. I go for a short walk to clear my mind. I avoid checking my phone before bed. I avoid checking my phone before bed. I take a nap to recharge my energy. I take a nap to recharge my energy. I try a new hobby like knitting or painting. I try a new hobby like knitting or painting. I enjoy the silence and just relax. I enjoy the silence and just relax. I turn off my computer an hour before bedtime. I turn off my computer an hour before bedtime. I dim the lights to create a relaxing atmosphere. I dim the lights to create a relaxing atmosphere. I read a book to wind down before sleep. I read a book to wind down before sleep. I write down my accomplishments for the day. I write down my accomplishments for the day. I prepare my clothes for the next day. I prepare my clothes for the next day. I drink a cup of chamomile tea to relax. I drink a cup of chamomile tea to relax. I brush my teeth before going to bed. I brush my teeth before going to bed. I wash my face with a gentle cleanser at night. I wash my face with a gentle cleanser at night. I set an alarm for the next morning. I set an alarm for the next morning. I practice deep breathing to relax before sleeping. I practice deep breathing to relax before sleeping. I stretch lightly to release tension in my body. I stretch lightly to release tension in my body. I listen to soft music to help me sleep. I listen to soft music to help me sleep. I reflect on the positive moments of the day. I reflect on the positive moments of the day. I turn off all notifications on my phone. I turn off all notifications on my phone. I go to bed at the same time every night. I go to bed at the same time every night. I call my best friend to check in on them. I call my best friend to check in on them. I send a message to everyone I care about. I send a message to everyone I care about. I spend time with my family to feel connected. I spend time with my family to feel connected. I join a group activity to meet new people. I join a group activity to meet new people. I listen to others and offer support when needed. I listen to others and offer support when needed. I plan a fun outing with friends. I plan a fun outing with friends. I take time to celebrate my friends' achievements. I take time to celebrate my friends' achievements. I avoid toxic relationships to protect my mental health. I avoid toxic relationships to protect my mental health. I attend community events to feel involved. I attend community events to feel involved. I say no to plans if I need alone time. I say no to plans if I need alone time. I invite a friend over for coffee. I invite a friend over for coffee. I join an online group with similar interests. I join an online group with similar interests. I volunteer to help others in need. I volunteer to help others in need. I share my feelings with someone I trust. I share my feelings with someone I trust. I send a thank you note to someone who helped me. I send a thank you note to someone who helped me. I read a chapter of a self-help book every day. I read a chapter of a self-help book every day. I learn a new word in English every morning. I learn a new word in English every morning. I set goals for the month and track my progress. I set goals for the month and track my progress. I take an online course to improve my skills. I take an online course to improve my skills. I listen to educational podcasts during my commute. I listen to educational podcasts during my commute. I practice a hobby to boost my creativity. I practice a hobby to boost my creativity. I write down my dreams and aspirations in a journal. I write down my dreams and aspirations in a journal. I review my achievements at the end of the week. I review my achievements at the end of the week. I learn something new every day to stay curious. I learn something new every day to stay curious. I attend workshops to develop my career. I attend workshops to develop my career. I practice public speaking to build confidence. I practice public speaking to build confidence. I ask for feedback to improve myself. I ask for feedback to improve myself. I set aside time to work on my personal projects. I set aside time to work on my personal projects. I avoid procrastinating and focus on my priorities. I avoid procrastinating and focus on my priorities. I celebrate my small victories along the way. I celebrate my small victories along the way. I write 3 things I am grateful for every day. I write 3 things I am grateful for every day. I thank someone who has helped me recently. I thank someone who has helped me recently. I focus on the good moments, even on bad days. I focus on the good moments, even on bad days. I smile at myself in the mirror to start my day. I smile at myself in the mirror to start my day. I appreciate the little things, like a sunny day. I appreciate the little things, like a sunny day. I compliment someone to brighten their day. I compliment someone to brighten their day. I avoid complaining and look for solutions. I avoid complaining and look for solutions. I keep a gratitude jar and add notes daily. I keep a gratitude jar and add notes daily. I send a kind message to someone I admire. I send a kind message to someone I admire. I look at old photos to remember happy memories. I look at old photos to remember happy memories. I express my appreciation for nature during walks. I express my appreciation for nature during walks. I focus on positive affirmations every morning. I focus on positive affirmations every morning. I avoid comparing myself to others. I avoid comparing myself to others. I remind myself of my strengths when I feel low. I remind myself of my strengths when I feel low. I stay hopeful about the future and its possibilities. I stay hopeful about the future and its possibilities.
Try on. Try on. Meaning, to put on clothes to see how they fit or look. To put on clothes to see how they fit or look. I always try on shoes before I buy them. I always try on shoes before I buy them. Shop around. Shop around. Meaning, to compare prices or quality in different stores. To compare prices or quality in different stores. We decided to shop around before choosing a new laptop. We decided to shop around before choosing a new laptop. Pick out. Pick out. Meaning, to choose something from a group. To choose something from a group. She helped me pick out a dress for the wedding. She helped me pick out a dress for the wedding. Drop in. Drop in. Meaning, to visit a shop casually or without planning. To visit a shop casually or without planning. I might drop in that vintage shop later today. I might drop in that vintage shop later today. Look for. Look for. Meaning, to search for something. To search for something. I always look for the best deals before buying anything online. I always look for the best deals before buying anything online. Run out of. Run out of. Meaning, to have no more of something. To have no more of something. We might run out of milk if we don't buy some today. We might run out of milk if we don't buy some today. Pop into. Pop into. Meaning, to quickly go into a shop. To quickly go into a shop. Let's pop into the bakery on the way home. Let's pop into the bakery on the way home. Splash out. Splash out. Meaning, to spend a lot of money on something special. To spend a lot of money on something special. I don't usually splash out on clothes, but this jacket was worth it. I don't usually splash out on clothes, but this jacket was worth it. Queue up. Queue up. Meaning, to wait in line. To wait in line. We had to queue up for an hour during the sale. We had to queue up for an hour during the sale. Check out. Check out. Meaning, to pay for items at a shop. To pay for items at a shop. We can check out at the self-service tills. We can check out at the self-service tills. Put back. Put back. Meaning, to return something to its place. To return something to its place. I changed my mind and put back the jumper. I changed my mind and put back the jumper. Take back. Take back. Meaning, to return a purchased item. To return a purchased item. I had to take back the jeans because they were too tight. I had to take back the jeans because they were too tight. Stock up on. Stock up on. Meaning, to buy a large quantity of something. To buy a large quantity of something. Let's stock up on snacks for the weekend. Let's stock up on snacks for the weekend. Sell out. Sell out. Meaning, to have no more items left for sale. To have no more items left for sale. They usually sell out of trainers within hours during big sales. They usually sell out of trainers within hours during big sales. Mark down. Mark down. Meaning, to reduce the price of something. To reduce the price of something. Shops often mark down items at the end of the season. Shops often mark down items at the end of the season. Give away. Give away. Meaning, to offer something for free. To offer something for free. They usually give away free samples during store openings. They usually give away free samples during store openings. Rip off. Rip off. Meaning, to charge too much for something. To charge too much for something. £10 for a sandwich? That's such a rip-off. £10 for a sandwich? That's such a rip-off. Go for. Go for. Meaning, to choose or select something. To choose or select something. I might go for the red one instead. I might go for the red one instead. Line up. Line up. Meaning, to stand in a row to wait for service. To stand in a row to wait for service. Customers often line up early for Black Friday deals. Customers often line up early for Black Friday deals. Look around. Look around. Meaning, to browse without buying. To browse without buying. We plan to look around the shops before deciding what to buy. We plan to look around the shops before deciding what to buy. Pay for. Pay for. Meaning, to exchange money for goods. To exchange money for goods. He offered to pay for the groceries. He offered to pay for the groceries. Pick up. Pick up. Meaning, to collect or buy something. To collect or buy something. I need to pick up some milk on the way home. I need to pick up some milk on the way home. hand over, hand over, meaning to give money to someone, especially unwillingly. To give money to someone, especially unwillingly. I had to hand over £50 for that handbag. I had to hand over £50 for that handbag. Cut back on, cut back on, meaning to reduce spending, to reduce spending. We're trying to cut back on online shopping. We're trying to cut back on online shopping. Look over, meaning to inspect something carefully, to inspect something carefully. I always look over the receipt to check for mistakes. I always look over the receipt to check for mistakes. Go with, meaning to match or complement something in style, colour or design. To match or complement something in style, colour or design. I want to find a bag that will go with my new shoes. I want to find a bag that will go with my new shoes. Send off for, meaning to order something by post or online. To order something by post or online. I sent off for a pair of custom trainers. I sent off for a pair of custom trainers. Throw in, meaning to include something extra for free. To include something extra for free. They said they would throw in a free belt if I bought the jacket. They said they would throw in a free belt if I bought the jacket. Get through, meaning to spend or use something quickly. To spend or use something quickly. We always get through a lot of snacks during the holidays. We always get through a lot of snacks during the holidays. Ring up, meaning to enter the price of an item in the till. To enter the price of an item in the till. Can you ring up these items while I grab one more thing? Can you ring up these items while I grab one more thing? Turn up, meaning to appear or be found unexpectedly. To appear or be found unexpectedly. Sometimes great bargains turn up when you least expect them. Sometimes great bargains turn up when you least expect them. Come across, meaning to find something by chance. To find something by chance. You might come across some hidden gems in the clearance section. You might come across some hidden gems in the clearance section. Lay out, meaning to spend a large amount of money. To spend a large amount of money. I don't want to lay out too much money on something I'll only wear once. I don't want to lay out too much money
on something I'll only wear once. Pop back, meaning to return briefly to a shop, to return briefly to a shop. I'll pop back later if I change my mind. I'll pop back later if I change my mind. Try out, meaning to test or use something for the first time. To test or use something for the first time. You can try out the headphones before you buy them. You can try out the headphones before you buy them. Abnegation, meaning the act of renouncing or rejecting something, self-denial. The act of renouncing or rejecting something, self-denial. Her abnegation of personal desires was admirable, though difficult. Her abnegation of personal desires was admirable, though difficult. Acrimonious, meaning bitter and angry, especially in speech or debate. Bitter and angry, especially in speech or debate. The discussion turned acrimonious when politics were brought up. The discussion turned acrimonious when politics were brought up. Ameliorate, meaning to make something bad or unsatisfactory better. To make something bad or unsatisfactory better. The new law was designed to ameliorate the living conditions of the working poor. The new law was designed to ameliorate the living conditions of the working poor. Anachronism, meaning a person or thing that is chronologically out of place. A person or thing that is chronologically out of place. The typewriter is an anachronism in the age of computers. The typewriter is an anachronism in the age of computers. Antediluvian, meaning ridiculously old-fashioned or outdated. Ridiculously old-fashioned or outdated. His antediluvian views shocked his younger colleagues. His antediluvian views shocked his younger colleagues. Approbation, meaning approval or praise, often official or formal. Approval or praise, often official or formal. The plan received the approbation of the board of directors. The plan received the approbation of the board of directors. Ardent, meaning enthusiastic or passionate. Enthusiastic or passionate. He was an ardent supporter of the arts, frequently attending gallery openings and performances. He was an ardent supporter of the arts, frequently attending gallery openings and performances. Cacophony, meaning a harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. A harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. The cacophony of horns and engines made it impossible to concentrate. The cacophony of horns and engines made it impossible to concentrate. Capitulate, meaning to surrender or cease resisting. To surrender or cease resisting. She refused to capitulate despite the mounting pressure. She refused to capitulate despite the mounting pressure. Celerity. Celerity, meaning swiftness of movement. Swiftness of movement. The celerity with which the team completed the project was impressive. The celerity with which the team completed the project was impressive. Circumspect. Circumspect, meaning wary and unwilling to take risks. Cautious. Wary and unwilling to take risks. Cautious. He was circumspect in his financial dealings, always considering the potential risks. He was circumspect in his financial dealings, always considering the potential risks. Clandestine. Clandestine, meaning kept secret or done secretively, especially because it is illicit. Kept secret or done secretively, especially because it is illicit. Their clandestine meetings were a closely guarded secret. Their clandestine meetings were a closely guarded secret. Conundrum. Conundrum, meaning a confusing and difficult problem or question. A confusing and difficult problem or question. The new policy presented a conundrum for the administration. The new policy presented a conundrum for the administration. Debilitate. Debilitate, meaning to make someone or something weak. To make someone or something weak. The prolonged illness began to debilitate him. The prolonged illness began to debilitate him. Diatribe. Diatribe, meaning a forceful and bitter verbal attack against someone or something. A forceful and bitter verbal attack against someone or something. His diatribe against the new policy lasted for hours. His diatribe against the new policy lasted for hours. Epiphany. Epiphany, meaning a moment of sudden and great revelation or realization. A moment of sudden and great revelation or realization. She had an epiphany that changed the course of her life while hiking in the mountains. She had an epiphany that changed the course of her life while hiking in the mountains. Equanimity. Equanimity, meaning mental calmness, composure, and evenness of temper, especially in a difficult situation. Mental calmness, composure, and evenness of temper, especially in a difficult situation. She accepted both good and bad news with equanimity. She accepted both good and bad news with equanimity. Esoteric. Esoteric, meaning intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge. Intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge. The professor's lecture on quantum mechanics was so esoteric that few students understood it. The professor's lecture on quantum mechanics was so esoteric that few students understood it. Fastidious. Fastidious, meaning very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail. very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail. She was fastidious about keeping her house clean and organised. She was fastidious about keeping her house clean and organised. Furtive. Furtive. Meaning, attempting to avoid notice or attention, typically because of guilt or a belief that discovery would lead to trouble. Attempting to avoid notice or attention, typically because of guilt or a belief that discovery would lead to trouble. He cast a furtive glance at the clock, hoping the meeting would end soon. He cast a furtive glance at the clock, hoping the meeting would end soon. Garrulous. Garrulous. Meaning, excessively talkative, especially on trivial matters. Excessively talkative, especially on trivial matters. The garrulous old man could talk for hours about his childhood. The garrulous old man could talk for hours about his childhood. Hubris. Hubris. Meaning, excessive pride or self-confidence. Arrogance. Excessive pride or self-confidence. Arrogance. His hubris led him to underestimate his competitors, resulting in a surprising defeat. His hubris led him to underestimate his competitors, resulting in a surprising defeat. Imbroglio. Imbroglio. Meaning, an extremely confused, complicated, or embarrassing situation. An extremely confused, complicated, or embarrassing situation. The office imbroglio over the budget led to numerous heated meetings. The office imbroglio over the budget led to numerous heated meetings. Impecunious. Impecunious. Meaning, having little or no money. Having little or no money. The impecunious student struggled to pay for his textbooks. The impecunious student struggled to pay for his textbooks. Insolent. Insolent. Meaning, showing a rude and arrogant lack of respect. Showing a rude and arrogant lack of respect. His insolent behaviour at the dinner table offended everyone. His insolent behaviour at the dinner table offended everyone. Insouciant. Insouciant. Meaning, showing a casual lack of concern. Indifferent. Showing a casual lack of concern. Indifferent. He was insouciant about the risks, brushing them off as inconsequential. He was insouciant about the risks, brushing them off as inconsequential. Inscrutable. Inscrutable. Meaning, impossible to understand or interpret. Impossible to understand or interpret. Her inscrutable expression made it difficult to know what she was thinking. Her inscrutable expression made it difficult to know what she was thinking. Intransigent. Intransigent. Meaning, unwilling or refusing to change one's views or to agree about something. Unwilling or refusing to change one's views or to agree about something. The union was intransigent, refusing to accept any of the management's proposals. The union was intransigent, refusing to accept any of the management's proposals. Inveterate. Inveterate, meaning having a particular habit, activity, or interest that is long established and unlikely to change. Having a particular habit, activity, or interest that is long established and unlikely to change. He was an inveterate gambler, often spending his entire wages at the casino. He was an inveterate gambler, often spending his entire wages at the casino. Lugubrious. Lugubrious, meaning looking or sounding sad and dismal. Looking or sounding sad and dismal. The lugubrious music set the mood for the sombre occasion. The lugubrious music set the mood for the sombre occasion. Loquacious. Loquacious, meaning tending to talk a great deal. Talkative. Tending to talk a great deal. Talkative. The loquacious host kept the conversation lively throughout the evening. The loquacious host kept the conversation lively throughout the evening. Magnanimous. Magnanimous, meaning very generous or forgiving, especially towards a rival or someone less powerful. Very generous or forgiving, especially towards a rival or someone less powerful. He was magnanimous in victory, offering his opponent a handshake and words of encouragement. He was magnanimous in victory, offering his opponent a handshake and words of encouragement. Mellifluous. Mellifluous, meaning sweet or musical, pleasant to hear. Sweet or musical, pleasant to hear. Her mellifluous voice was soothing and pleasant to listen to. Her mellifluous voice was soothing and pleasant to listen to. Munificent. Munificent, meaning more generous than is usual or necessary. More generous than is usual or necessary. The billionaire made a munificent donation to the charity. The billionaire made a munificent donation to the charity. Nefarious. Nefarious, meaning wicked or criminal. Wicked or criminal. The nefarious activities of the criminal organisation were finally exposed. The nefarious activities of the criminal organisation were finally exposed. Obfuscate. Obfuscate, meaning to deliberately make something unclear or difficult to understand. To deliberately make something unclear or difficult to understand. The lawyer's attempt to obfuscate the details only confused the jury further. The lawyer's attempt to obfuscate the details only confused the jury further. Obstreperous. Obstreperous, meaning noisy and difficult to control. Noisy and difficult to control. The obstreperous crowd made it difficult for the speaker to be heard. The obstreperous crowd made it difficult for the speaker to be heard. Ostentatious. Ostentatious, meaning characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. Characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. His ostentatious display of wealth was off-putting to many people. His ostentatious display of wealth was off-putting to many people. Panacea. Panacea, meaning a solution or remedy for all difficulties or diseases. A solution or remedy for all difficulties or diseases. The new policy was hailed as a panacea for the city's economic woes. The new policy was hailed as a panacea for the city's economic woes. Parsimonious, parsimonious, meaning unwilling to spend money or use resources, stingy or frugal. Unwilling to spend money or use resources, stingy or frugal. The parsimonious old man refused to buy anything that wasn't on sale. The parsimonious old man refused to buy anything that wasn't on sale. Pedantic, pedantic, meaning excessively concerned with minor details or rules, over-scrupulous. Excessively concerned with minor details or rules, over-scrupulous. Her pedantic remarks about grammar slowed down the conversation. Her pedantic remarks about grammar slowed down the conversation. Perfidious, perfidious, meaning deceitful and untrustworthy. Deceitful and untrustworthy. The perfidious betrayal by his closest friend left him heartbroken. The perfidious betrayal by his closest friend left him heartbroken. Peripatetic, peripatetic, meaning travelling from place to place, especially working or based in various places for relatively short periods. Travelling from place to place, especially working or based in various places for relatively short periods. The peripatetic lifestyle of the consultant meant she was rarely home. The peripatetic lifestyle of the consultant meant she was rarely home. Perspicacious, perspicacious, meaning having a ready insight into and understanding of things. Having a ready insight into and understanding of things. Her perspicacious mind quickly grasped the complexities of the situation. Her perspicacious mind quickly grasped the complexities of the situation. Phlegmatic, phlegmatic, meaning having an unemotional and stolidly calm disposition. Having an unemotional and stolidly calm disposition. Even in the face of danger, his phlegmatic demeanour remained unshaken. Even in the face of danger, his phlegmatic demeanour remained unshaken. Prevaricate, prevaricate, meaning to speak or act in an evasive way, to avoid telling the truth by not directly answering a question. To speak or act in an evasive way, to avoid telling the truth by not directly answering a question. When asked about the incident, he seemed to prevaricate rather than give a straight answer. When asked about the incident, he seemed to prevaricate rather than give a straight answer. Quixotic, quixotic, meaning exceedingly idealistic, unrealistic and impractical. Exceedingly idealistic, unrealistic and impractical. His quixotic quest to eliminate poverty was noble but ultimately impractical. His quixotic quest to eliminate poverty was noble but ultimately impractical. Recalcitrant, Recalcitrant, meaning having an obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline. The recalcitrant student refused to follow the school's rules. The recalcitrant student refused to follow the school's rules. Sagacious, sagacious, meaning having or showing keen mental discernment and good judgment, wise or shrewd. Having or showing keen mental discernment and good judgment, wise or shrewd. The sagacious leader was respected for his wise decisions during difficult times. The sagacious leader was respected for his wise decisions during difficult times. Sycophant, sycophant, meaning a person who acts obsequiously towards someone important in order to gain advantage. A person who acts obsequiously towards someone important in order to gain advantage. The office sycophant constantly flattered the boss in hopes of getting a promotion. The office sycophant constantly flattered the boss in hopes of getting a promotion. Taciturn, taciturn, meaning reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. Reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. The taciturn soldier seldom spoke, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself. The taciturn soldier seldom spoke, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself. Trepidation, trepidation, meaning a feeling of fear or agitation about something that may happen. A feeling of fear or agitation about something that may happen. With some trepidation, he opened the letter from his employer. With some trepidation, he opened the letter from his employer. Truculent, truculent, meaning eager or quick to argue or fight. Aggressively defiant. Eager or quick to argue or fight. Aggressively defiant. His truculent attitude made it difficult for him to keep friends. His truculent attitude made it difficult for him to keep friends. Ubiquitous, ubiquitous, meaning present, appearing, or found everywhere. Present, appearing, or found everywhere. Smartphones have become ubiquitous in today's society. Smartphones have become ubiquitous in today's society. Vacillate, vacillate, meaning to waver between different opinions or actions. Be indecisive. To waver between different opinions or actions. Be indecisive. She tends to vacillate when making decisions. She tends to vacillate when making decisions. Venerable, venerable, meaning accorded a great deal of respect, especially because of age, wisdom, or character. Accorded a great deal of respect, especially because of age, wisdom, or character. The venerable professor was beloved by generations of students. The venerable professor was beloved by generations of students. Verbose, verbose, meaning using or expressed in more words than are needed. Wordy, using or expressed in more words than are needed. Wordy. His verbose explanation only served to confuse the issue further. His verbose explanation only served to confuse the issue further. Vicissitude. Vicissitude, meaning a change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. A change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. A single vicissitude in his career changed everything overnight. A single vicissitude in his career changed everything overnight. Vindictive. Vindictive, meaning having or showing a strong or unreasoning desire for revenge. Having or showing a strong or unreasoning desire for revenge. His vindictive behaviour after the breakup surprised everyone. His vindictive behaviour after the breakup surprised everyone. Vociferous. Vociferous, meaning expressing or characterized by vehement opinions, loud and forceful. Expressing or characterized by vehement opinions, loud and forceful. His vociferous objections were impossible to ignore. His vociferous objections were impossible to ignore.
It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. Strong winds knocked over the bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. Strong winds knocked over bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. The weekend went by so quickly, I barely remember what I even did. The weekend went by so quickly, I barely remember what I even did. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom, and it's getting on my nerves. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom, and it's getting on my nerves. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still I pretended I did. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still pretended I did. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I Googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. I Googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. Well done! You've completed all 25 days. You've built your confidence, improved your fluency, and made real progress. But remember, this is just the beginning. Keep practicing, keep speaking, and keep going. You've got this.